many journalists are under pressure or a direct threat. Media and technology are changing faster than ever, which causes new challenges and dangers. Attacks on free media, more and more frequent, undermine democracy. This is why journalist organizations from all over Europe are meeting in Gdańsk. Debates, discussions, conclusions, and plans for action. 71 journalist organizations from 43 European countries, representing more than 300,000 journalists. Together with other European organizations, we will propose concrete steps to meet the challenges of contemporary media and journalism. Vice President of the EU Commission, Vera Jourova, will be in Gdańsk together with the leaders from Council of Europe, UNESCO and other international organizations. The EU has placed free media on top of the agenda. There's a lot to talk about in Gdańsk. See you in European Solidarity Center in March. The conference is organized by Free European Media in cooperation with the European Federation of Journalists, the European Commission, the Council of Europe, the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, Nordic Council of Ministers, Nordic Journalistic Centre, Self-Government of the Pomorskie Voivodeship, the European Solidarity Centre and the City of Gdańsk.
That's it. Hello, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to all of you to this Free European Media Conference 2022. Finally, the COVID circumstances have allowed us to come back again to this conference and meet in person and, of course, talk about important things. So, talking on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to say that we're very, very happy to see you all here coming from so many different countries of Europe to Poland, to this very, very special city of Gdańsk, a city of freedom, as we call it. And the word freedom, as such, will probably mean a lot today, especially in view of the last weeks. When we were preparing the program and coming up with ideas for the discussions and debates and the subjects to talk about, we lived in a completely different world. But the world changed on the 24th of February this year with the brutal invasion of Russia to Ukraine. I'm sure this subject will come back many a time during our discussions, our panels, and our talks, and I'm sure in our conclusions as well. So there's a very intensive, a great time ahead of us for the next couple of days. And let me just ask Aleksandra Dulkiewicz, the mayor of Gdańsk, to officially open this event for us. Mrs. Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the distinguished participants, all of you who are here in Gdańsk, in the European Solidarity Center, but also best regards to all of you who are online with us. Thank you very much for coming and joining us here today for the Free European Media Conference in Gdańsk. This is the second edition of this conference. The first one took place in 2018, and the one planned for 2020 was unfortunately cancelled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now we are finally able to meet again under terrifying circumstances. Today, more than ever, independent, free, but also reliable media play an extremely important role. As you probably know, some of representatives of local and regional authorities, including myself, but also Mayor of Sopot, Mayor of Gdańsk, and Deputy Marshal of Pomoranian Voivodeship, we were yesterday in Lviv, in Ukraine, and we can really see how important is the role of independent and free media. We met with journalists from different televisions, radios, who had to move from Kiev due to the safety reasons. But on the other hand, we can also see media in Russia. This is what we can listen in Russian public television. And we can really see that this is, of course, military war. This is, of course, Putin's aggression to independent country. But we can also see that this is media war, propaganda war. No one, I think, thought that today in Gdansk, in March 2022, we will have so many topics to discuss, but also so many things to be said, but also to be done in favor of free, independent, and reliable media. This is one of the crucial factor of democracy, also democracy in Poland, also democracy in Europe. We also can see how media could influence on the results of democratic election, not only in Europe, but also we saw it in the United States of America. Therefore, I think that we should here from Gdansk give a clear message that the media, free media, independent media, and the third, reliable media, are really something that we need to fight for. No matter if you are representative of local or regional authority or you're national politician, sometimes I must admit this is not a very comfortable situation that someone is asking you the questions you maybe sometimes don't want to reply. But this is the role of independent media, and this is one, as I said, one of the crucial factors for democracy and one of the European values we deeply believe in. The two realities presented by media, coming back to Ukrainian and Russian media, cannot be both true. And this is really important, how influential media are today. Also coming back to the Russian aggression to Ukraine, we are almost, thanks to media, but also thanks to social media, we are almost online during this war. This is also great responsibility for this, what we are showing, what we are presenting to the people, but then what we are doing with this and what are the consequences for the whole societies, for the youngsters, for the young people, elder people, and what is the responsible for this, what we are showing and what we are giving to people. Therefore, I'm really, really glad to welcome you to Gdansk, no matter if you are here present or you are online. I deeply believe that next conference will be fully present here. But I think that topics we need to mention today, we need to deeply discuss, we need to stand up for free media are extremely, extremely important. We never, I think, thought that this topic will be that important. Also in Poland, this is something what we also can see. The law changes that were proposed by the Polish government regarding one of the private television in Poland, thanks God, the law didn't come into force. But those are topics not only for Russia, not only for Ukraine, not only for Poland, not only for Hungary, but also for all European, American, Asian family. Thank you very much. Have really fruitful discussion, and please come back to Gdansk again, because you can really feel not only fresh air here, but also freedom and solidarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Aleksandra Dulkiewicz, Mayor of Gdańsk, all the best. We're so happy and we're honored to be able to be doing it with you. Ladies and gentlemen, another opening speech this morning. Wiesław Byczkowski, Deputy Marshal of the Pomorskie Voivodeship. Please join us here and join me in welcoming our guest.
card will be quicker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, honorable speakers, I'm honored to open today's conference on media freedom. It's hard to imagine a better place for such an event than Gdańsk and Pomorskie, the mainstays of Polish democracy. And the European Solidarity Center, an institution that commemorates the history of our fight for freedom. What a pity that in our opening speeches doesn't take a part the symbol of this place, the director displays of Basil Kerski. But it's only mine astonishing. We meet at an extremely meaningful moment. Ukraine, an independent country, was attacked by Russian Federation and Russian state-owned media. Instead of providing reliable and impartial information, specialize in art of manipulation. Permission to hate speech, criticism of dissimilarity, or even direct incitement to act of violence has reached an unprecedented and frightened scale of recent years. The history of last days painfully reminds us that similar practices contribute to political, national, and religious persecution, as well as open armed conflicts. In such circumstances, we face new challenges for which we should feel gently and severally responsible. The trick in today's journalism doesn't not seem to be the fastest way to pass the information. When every smartphone owner becomes a reporter of the surrounding reality in real time, access to information, even from the most distant regions of the world, has become a real standard, a real normal. However, we face new challenges, much more serious one. This is the fight against disinformation and attempts to steer our opinions. The real trick to screen out reliable information from that sources inspired by questionable sources. In times of information wars and fake news, information is no longer something that the recipient can accept thoughtlessly. The sense of disinformation activates is introducing information to the public to influence social behavior. By March 2022, the EU versus Disinfo team, a specialized cell of the European Union for the analysis of disinformation, had identified over 13.6 thousand cases of pro-Kremlin disinformation. According to the EU versus Disinfo specialist, Poland is also one of the main target of Russian disinformation. I'm sure, no, it's only probably here too. In face of such threats, states, more than ever, should unquestionably send out a clear message defending the freedom of speech and information too. In Gdańsk and Pomorskie, we value freedom significantly. We have stood up for it many times in history, and today we feel that need again. I'm convinced that also for you, freedom, including freedoms of speech, is of great importance. So, once again, I cordially greet you and wish you fruitful and constructive discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wiesław Byczkowski. With us, and finally, ladies and gentlemen, Mortens Biego, President, European Federation of Journalists, with the address on the current situation for media in Europe in wartime. Applause.
Thank you. Free European media, the title of this conference, and in these weeks is more important than ever. Press freedom is a prerequisite for free speech, which is a fundamental right for citizens, a cornerstone for our democracy that is now seriously challenged. Thanks to the local support from this very symbolic Solidarity Center and from Gdansk, thank you for welcoming us here, and thanks to all our contributors to make this happen. During the last days, 4 journalists and media workers have been killed in the war against Ukraine. Dozens of journalists are wounded. Hundreds of Ukrainian journalists are in danger. Free Russia journalists, independent Russian journalists, are also under big pressure and need support. And not to forget our Belarusian colleagues. The war has totally changed our focus also on this conference, where the new situation is included in all sessions and during a special working session this evening. The idea of this conference today and tomorrow was, and still is, to have a broad discussion and develop concrete proposals on how to improve free media in Europe, but as I said, in a new, completely new environment. However, the current appalling and very scary situation for Europe has also showed how important it is to stay on our values and fight against the development where governments, slice by slice, are cutting off press freedom. Most independent media in Hungary are closed. A Polish state oil company has taken over 20 Polish regional media. Public service in Slovenia has been threatened. More than 1,000 slap cases appear in Croatia. Local media in several countries in all Europe are under pressure. In countries like Germany and France, journalists have been not sufficiently protected when covering demonstrations. Investigative journalists have been killed. I could continue. What we are facing during these days from Russia is a scenery where an authoritarian government totally controls media and information. All of this is expressed in one word: Vojna, war. A word that now is banned in Russia. This is the pinnacle of censorship and control. 15 years in jail for using this word, 15 years for telling the truth. In our profession, journalism, we are working cross-border. We are cooperating cross-border. We share values cross-border. We are united cross-border. And our job is to give trustworthy information, telling the truth, provide information for the citizens to take part in our democratic development. This evening, today, at our special working session, we will do our utmost to provide building a stronger network for our colleagues in the region of Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, Georgia, and Moldova. We are here to join forces. The great advantage we have as journalists is exactly what I said, that we are united in our profession. We don't need a table for negotiation, because we share values. We more need a table for improving our network, for providing a safe environment, for doing our job in free European media. We need concrete tools. To all organizations presented here, take part in developing tools, provide journalists and media with access to information, colleagues, experts to fight disinformation, etc. Big and small media have different resources, but if we cooperate more, we can foster media viability and give citizens access to more accurate and relevant information. Use this conference also in such a practical way. And now, in particular, where there is a huge demand for reliable sources on the war. Let's share ideas and tools and promise each other to follow up on them. This should not be just another conference. Gdansk is the historical European Solidarity Center. Here is not only a symbol of changing European history, it was here that the new Europe arose. People can make the difference. let Gdansk be the place where journalists and media agree to deliver to the European citizens the platform for free speech, for once again to free Europe from war, authoritarian regimes, from the non-democratic vicious circle. Thank you. And let this be the cue for our keynote speaker, the Vice President of the EU Commission, Vera Jourova, who has launched the idea to create the European Media Freedom Act. Madame Jourova should have been in Gdansk today, but due to her very tight schedule, we will now have the Vice President and Commissioner online from Brussels. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You can imagine I would really love to be with you in Gdansk, because this great city has a special place in my heart. I was there last year in August, and I worked and spoke a lot with Madame Dulkiewicz, so I'm happy to see her again today. Dear Alexandra, you are absolutely right by saying that now the importance of media is even much greater than in the times of peace. If you allow me to say one sentence of admiration and respect for the Polish people, for the Polish society, all of you who are helping the Ukrainian refugees to find shelter and safety in your country. Thank you very much for that. Coming back to Gdańsk, Solidarność was born in Gdańsk, and with it the hope of better and freer life for all the nations and without the Iron Curtain. And what we see today, Putin wants to put back an Iron Curtain in the heart of Europe. He does not want Ukraine to decide about its own future. He does not want Ukraine to choose freedom and democracy. And we stand with a free and independent Ukraine, and we call on Putin to end that atrocious war. We see that a part of this military war is the information war, and we see that propaganda is being used as a weapon against Ukraine, against also European citizens. So please let me highlight some of the measures that the Commission is taking when it comes to supporting media freedom and fight disinformation in the current situation. As a first priority, we see the safety of journalists. Journalists risk their lives to inform us. 4 of them have already been killed while doing their job in Ukraine, covering Putin's war. And journalists must never be a target. International humanitarian law is clear on this and needs to be fully respected. But in a context where some do not respect any rules, we need to come with support. And I know that many of the organizations here today are doing an incredible work day and night to assist and protect journalists. And I really would like to thank you for that. The Commission is supporting several of you in this work. The Commission is now spending around 5 million euros on protective equipment for journalists, salaries of Ukrainian journalists, relocation to Lviv, psychological support, and cybersecurity. On the 1st of March, President von der Leyen announced 500 million of EU funding to address the immediate consequences of the war. As part of the assistance, the Commission is making urgently available a package of around 330 million euros to provide further emergency support. This will include support to independent media in Ukraine. But we also need to think about the protection of independent Russian and Belarusian journalists who have to flee their countries. We should work with these journalists in the European Union, as they can be important voices to reach the Russian and Belarusian populations in their languages. A second strand of our work is to fight the war propaganda. Putin is using lies as a weapon to justify the war and to kill innocent people. This is why we decided to take exceptional sanctions and hit the outlets which are at the heart of the propaganda machine, Russia Today and Sputnik. I have worked together with Commissioner Breton to make sure that these sanctions are fully applied. The Commission is in constant contact with regulators, with online platforms, with all relevant actors to fight Putin's war propaganda. At the same time, and this is a third area of action, we are working to facilitate access to information and in particular to Ukrainian news. I would like to commend the work of many of you in facilitating such access and in supporting Ukraine. I have seen in particular a report by the European Broadcasting Union showing the measures taken by public service media to broadcast content in Ukrainian, launch fundraising campaigns and organize solidarity concerts. All this on top of the role of informing citizens about what is happening on the ground. I also know that some satellite operators have now included Ukrainian channels in their offer. It is extremely difficult today for Russians to get any information about the war, especially since a law on fake news has been adopted. Telling the truth about the war can lead to 15 years in jail. Still, there are some brave voices, like we saw a couple of days ago with the action of Marina Ovsyannikova showing an anti-war quote on state TV. This makes me think of this quote by Nobel Peace Prize winner and Russian journalist Dmitry Muratov, one of the very few independent journalists left in Russia. He said, "Only the anti-war movement of Russians can save life on this planet." So, ladies and gentlemen, we all have to work together and try and reach those people in Russia who can make that change. I remember from my childhood and from my young years when we were listening with my father the Voice of America and the Radio Free Europe, which were broadcasting from Vienna and Munich. I would never believe we will have to organize or help to have such voices speaking in Russian language, addressing the Russian people who now live in total information darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, I often say that the credibility of our action abroad depends on how well we do at home. Because journalists do not only die in war zones, journalists have been murdered also here in the European Union. This is why I urge member states each time that I can to implement the recommendation of the Commission on the safety of journalists. We are now also working on legislation to tackle abusive litigation against journalists, the so-called SLAPP. As another important next step, we now prepare the Media Freedom Act, which aim is to have safeguards at EU level to protect the independence of the media and media pluralism. We see it more than ever. Media companies cannot be treated as just another business. I would like to say a few words on where we are coming from. We decided to propose a Media Freedom Act as we realized that our toolbox was missing an instrument to address increasing threats to media freedom and pluralism. We see transactions, draft laws, or administrative decisions in member states that hinder the operation in the market of certain players or directly aim to put them out of the market, speaking about the media. We are also seeing more than ever the influence of foreign operators such as Russia today. We need to learn the lessons of the current situation and further think how we deal with this in the future in a systemic way. One important measure, in my view, should be to strengthen the cooperation between European media regulators. This would help the EU to deal more efficiently and consistently with disinformation and foreign propaganda channels. We are also looking at a series of rules based on common principles, such as the transparency of no ownership. This would apply to all media, not only to audiovisual media. We also we are looking at the governance of the public service media. We are aware of the Amsterdam Protocol, which sets the competence, but also responsibilities of member states in this area. And we want to prepare rules that are efficient, based on evidence and proportionate. We know it is innovative new work, and this is why we are consulting widely and build our work on strong analysis and research. And we also are taking inspiration from the member states where the media organization and the media situation is a very good one. This is still a few days remaining now to participate in the public consultation, which should end up at the end of March, and then we will consult further with the stakeholders, with the experts, because we must do this right. And the adoption should come in summer, either at the end of June or in July. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. I would like to encourage you also at this moment to contribute to our discussion, to the public consultation on the Media Freedom Act. And I'm sure we do not see each other for the last time. Let's hope next time it might be in person in Gdańsk. I would really love to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera Jourova, for providing us with a background and ideas for the European Media Freedom Act and the spirit behind it. And also thank you a lot for talking about the current situation and telling about what EU is doing here, what EU is trying, how EU can contribute to this very difficult situation that journalists and media are in now. And also thank you for mentioning all the countries where the journalists are in a deep problematic situation now. Regarding the European Media Freedom Act, the difficult task is, as I see it, to balance such an act with the fundamental press freedom. One of the key focus, if I just to mention some of the key focus that I would see from most journalists, would be to stress the need of full transparency. You mentioned that, that's very important. The mechanisms to keeping the principles of arm's length, and also to strengthening self-regulatory mechanisms. That's all things that we are talking about today and tomorrow in the related panels that we have together with this panel. So now I will invite our panel to come up here, and it is really a hybrid session we have now, because two of our panelists are online. We have Vera Jourova online, and Vera Jourova stay with us so she can answer questions. So please also be ready to ask questions. You have the chance now to ask questions to Vera Jourova. So I will ask Pierluigi Paccu, who is online, to be here. Pierluigi Paccu is professor at the European University Institute and director of the Center for Media Pluralism and Freedom in Florence. Then I will invite Wout van Wijk, Director of News Media Europe, an organization for news media, 2,500 news media brands for both print, online and broadcast. Welcome. Romana Strugariu, Member of European Parliament, Romania, Chair of the Media Group at the European Parliament, and very keen on press freedom issues. Welcome. Richard Burnley, Director of Legal and Policy Matters at the EBU, the umbrella organizations for all our public service media in Europe, the media that were also mentioned by Vera Jourova just a few minutes ago. And Richard Burnley is also online, and I can see you. Welcome. And finally, Yanis Kotsifos, President of the Executive Board of the European Center for Press and Media Freedom, and also member of the Steering Committee of European Federation of Journalists. Welcome, all of you. So I would start asking you, Pierluigi. So we go we go online now to hear from you after listening to Vera Jourova. Do you see where such a Freedom Act could make a difference for media and journalism in Europe? Where do you see such an act will be such a new thing that we could say, yes, this is something that can make changes?
Yes, first let me thank you for this invitation, and I'm very sorry I couldn't be there this time. I hope to be able to be there in the future. I think that, let me start by saying that media freedom is one of the pillars of the rule of law, and in these days, this makes more sense and more meaning than usual. I will concentrate this short intervention on the Media Freedom Act, on what we expect from the Media Freedom Act. But let me say first that to have a Media Freedom Act, particularly in this moment, the European Media Freedom Act, has a symbolic value per se. It was probably 2 decades that we were expecting that the EU decided an intervention of this time, that recognized that there was a hole in the defense of media. The EU had to step somehow in this process and have its own instrument, its own general instrument that is beyond the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, but to the whole issue of media freedom and media pluralism. So this act is very important also per se, as a symbol, as an intervention. Then clearly it's very important what will be in this act. And I would very quickly say what are the 4 things that I think should be very important if they are somehow in the act. Let me say that the first could be a definition of media. If this act manages to give a European definition of media, this would be a step ahead, very important for all of us. Even in moments like this, in which we have this tension between propaganda, between disinformation, and what is a media. Well, what is a media? A reliable and accurate media is something very important, and the act could help. Let me say what I think should be in the definition. First, editorial responsibility. That's what is important for defining a media. That somebody assume the responsibility of the news that the media is spreading. Transparency of ownership and transparency of financing. To be a reliable media, you should know who owns it, ultimate owns it, and who is financing it. Some sort of editorial independence, or the independence of who produces the news from the interest, being the interest of the owner, being the interest of the politician, being any kind of external interest to the interest of truth. And finally, very important, in my opinion, findability of the news. The news, the true media have an interest in their news. The source of the news is always clear from where we come. In a world in which digital fragmentation of the information tends to hide, the disinformation tends to hide in the breaking on the news, in the anonymity of the bots, findability, reckonability of the news is essential, and probably this should be an element. Second part of this definition, after the definition of the media, the second element I see as very important is we need to understand how is the status of our information environment. An act, a media act could help member states, Europe to know about how are the media revenues, how is the media ownership, what are the data about media audience, help to gather the information so that we can understand how is the status, the health of our information system. Industry association and media authorities obviously can help in this, but the act could give a significant guidance and push in this direction. We work a lot on data, and we know our media pluralism monitor that we do every year on all the member states and the accession country shows that there are a lot of holes in data. We need to have a push to have more data about the status of the system. That's third point I wanted to mention is the economic impact. We know that the media are under a digital disruption, and there is a disarray in the economics of the media system in Europe or in most of the world, but media are essential for the public discourse, are essential for democracy. Media are a merit good. We know that we are in a transition. An old business model is not working anymore. Media are working hard to find a new business model. In this transition, we need help. Maybe the Media Freedom Act could help also in this sense. We have acts, laws, European intervention that help merit goods. European cinema is helped by important resources of the Union. Could we help the transition of the media with something similar at the European level? I think the Act could tell us something also on this. Finally, I want to talk about the journalistic profession. The journalistic profession is in a very difficult phase. The crisis of the business model of the media is the crisis of the journalist. Then the pandemic arrived, worsening the situation, and this has weakened the protection economically, physically, digitally of the journalist. But you know, it's impossible to have reliable and accurate journalism without journalists. So I think that the Act should also help in this. The European Media Freedom Act could introduce standards for helping the journalist profession in the European Union, contrast slaps, contrast intimidation. If the Media Freedom Act helps in defining and defending and protecting in this difficult moment also the journalistic profession, the Act will help really to defend one of the pillars of our rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pierluigi Pacu, for bringing us all your thoughts and reflections on this. And now I will give the floor to you, Wout van Beek, Director of the News Media Europe. We just heard here about that we need a definition of the media. Is that important to get such a definition of media? I mean, you are representing 2,500 different brands. So, what do you think? What do you say about that?
Well, thank you. Indeed, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for having me. 4 years ago, Mogens, I spoke about trust in journalism 4 years ago at this conference, at this very stage. I spoke about trust in journalism and the need to protect media independence, and independence from political as well as financial pressures. And I spoke 4 years ago, not knowing that I'd be here today during this horrendous and inexcusable war in the Ukraine, discussing the Media Freedom Act at for the European Union. So thanks for inviting me back, and also thanks to the Vice President of the Commission for her words on her thinking on, well, both journalism in wartime and the Media Freedom Act. In my view, this Media Freedom Act is an opportunity to fix broken markets and encourage healthy ones. And given the fact that EU regulation aims at harmonization, this exercise is likely to carry inherent contradictions. Now, the European Commission is building this instrument on the so-called Article 114, which is the legal basis for the internal market. So all of a sudden, we're discussing media freedom in the context of a market instrument that, also judging by the public consultation, has the potential to be sort of extremely wide in scope, ranging from audiovisual and internet regulation to competition instruments. So I think it makes sense to take one step back, stop for a second, and look at the real problem at hand, which is the lack of media freedom and independence in several member states of the EU. And I think it would be good if the European Commission had indeed the tools. The Commissioner mentioned the tool in the toolbox that was lacking, slightly paraphrasing maybe. So I think it would be good if the European Commission did have these tools to intervene in a surgical way. Right? So how is this done? Firstly, I think we should put a framework in place with full respect of the cultural diversities of the media markets that we have in Europe, the national markets, to protect editorial independence from political or commercial pressures, and also leave plenty of space for self-regulation, because this is paramount to the sector. Second is to ensuring full transparency over state aid, and also to combat sort of the misuse of state aid and state advertising, crowding out parts of the media space. And thirdly, we need to allow for scale and efficiencies in function of a rich, diverse, and high-quality offering of journalism for European citizens. Consolidation, in some cases, isn't only needed for ensuring the sustainability and the availability of content, but it's also much needed to be able to compete with big tech. And I'll leave it here, and I look very much forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wout. You said, regarding transparency, you specifically mentioned state aid. Yeah. But what about the rest of the financial of media? I know many here have been dealing with media owned by oligarchs, where we also need some transparency. Is that only about state aid, or do we need full transparency?
No, we do need a high level of transparency throughout the sector, indeed. I do mention specifically on state aid because I think that in many member states, this is still lacking.
And then you mentioned the data, and that brings me to mention one thing, because I think we are all discussing data a lot. Recently, I was in discussions about this, and the UNESCO discussed, when they discussed artificial intelligence, and they start to discussing all about the data and all that, and we came to that we have three ways of looking at this. We have the American way, where data is owned by the companies, the high techs. You have China, where it's owned by the state, and then we have Europe, where we want to make and have another way of looking at data that it should be owned by the citizens.
And I do believe that the European Commission could play an important role there. And this is going to sound very straight from my mouth, representing the industry, but even me as a representative from an industry association struggles sometimes to get data from the sector, right? And so I absolutely believe that if there is any way that Europe can be instrumental in collecting and analyzing market data and other data that on the basis of which we can assess the state of the sector of journalism and of the freedoms that we hope to enjoy, at least, I think that would be a very good thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramona Strigario. Why should the EU use legislative tools rather than recommendations or communications or for safeguarding media freedom? Why do we need regulation and not simply have some recommendation to deal with?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very, very happy and honored to be here and participate at this event in such a wonderful company. And I would like to start by saying that my thoughts are today with those families of the journalists who died covering the war in Ukraine, and with the journalists who are literally prepared to sacrifice their lives every day for defending the truth. And I think that if these people are prepared to sacrifice their lives in finding the truth and providing answers to us and serving the public interest every day, the minimum that we can do is to use every single tool that we have in order to protect their independence and also help them be more efficient in their work. And the reason I'm saying this is that what is happening in terms of media freedom, and we've all seen that this is deteriorating, is that we do have recommendations, but it is up to the member states to follow these recommendations or not. And ultimately, you know, it's better to have a limited intervention than no intervention, but that it is with a discretionary power that they decide to to follow or not these recommendations. We do have monitoring instruments, and we do have the annual rule of law report showing us the situation of media freedom in each and every of these member states. And we're not talking only about Eastern countries. We are talking about situations covering from, I don't know, Spain to Greece to France to Romania to Slovenia to Slovakia, Hungary and Poland. So we do have situations everywhere. And we will have, starting 2022, of course, recommendations included in the annual rule of law report. But there are no effective tools to sanction and to fix things when we do have very deteriorated or severe situations. We are talking about Article 114 in terms of the Media Freedom Act and about rules covering the internal market. I, to be honest, think it is an act of courage from the Commission to finally, take this decision and to be very creative and to address this dimension. And the truth is that without consistent regulatory standards that we will apply everywhere, it is very unlikely that we will be able to provide the same level playing field for all actors. And that we will find ourselves in the situation where we do have media ownership concentration, and we will find ourselves in the situation where even if we have transparency, and we know who owns them. Well, PKN Orlen. Who owns them and who is part of this large association? Well, KESMA. There will be nothing that we can do in terms of rules or sanctions so that we address the situation. So this definitely has to be through this kind of intervention. And then transparency of ownership, a very important point as well that will be addressed to the Media Freedom Act, that can also be a legislative and addressed through legislative instruments, and the means that we give to the European regulators. And I'm not speaking here only about the exchange of good practices, but structured channels for them to properly cooperate, to transfer these good practices in a more organized way, and to also exert pressure, including internally through this kind of a structured body, when things go wrong with certain countries and with certain regulators. These are only a few reasons. There are a lot more, but of course we can discuss them further. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So sanctions. This is one of the tools that is needed, as you said. Sanctions is needed. Yeah. I will turn now online to Richard Burnley. What are the views of EU on the Media Freedom Act? Of the EBU, European Broadcasting Union.
Thank you so much, and an absolute pleasure to be here. I am so sorry as well that I couldn't be there for professional and personal reasons this time in person. Our thoughts and prayers, of course, are with the people in Ukraine and the horrific war we see, and we can only, I would say, idolize the courage of those over there, including our own member, but all journalists who are fighting to keep free information and objective information in line with our values alive at the moment. With that, yes, the Media Freedom Act becomes center stage, I would say, in this context. And of course, media freedom, pluralism are key European values for us. Public service media has always played a vital role alongside a healthy and thriving commercial sector in Europe to underpin these values. And so we welcome the Media Freedom Act. We look forward to working with the EU closely on this one. I would make a few points on our behalf, if I may. Of course, our thinking hasn't finished, and as Commissioner Jourova has said, the consultation is at the end of the month, so we're still ongoing discussions with our members. Nevertheless, if I may just make a few points, and I think the first one is, yes, we certainly do agree national governments need to promote and, of course, guarantee public service media independence and stable funding to enable us to be able to do our job for democracy. And the debate, of course, for the MFA is around where this is not necessarily going as well as it should be. And in such cases, there may indeed be a need for greater support and protection of the European media sector at EU level. And the question is, of course, how we do that. But there's no doubt that the initiative is important, and more so now than ever when we see the terrible events in Europe that's playing out in front of us these days. So secondly, I would say, and as has been mentioned, you know, that there is a delicacy of the media for member states and member state competencies, and that's already been mentioned. That it is delicate and it is similar to national security in terms of the EU legal acquis, where member states do have important discretion. So nevertheless, in our sector, we have an instrument already that exists, which of course is the AVMS directive, which strikes a balance between promoting single market economic aims and interests and allowing member states scope to assess media pluralism and cultural issues. So I think that second point would be that the Media Freedom Act has to be consistent with this, consistent with existing primary and secondary EU law, as we've already heard. The third point, and I think I touch on something that's already been said by a number of speakers here, is that there's no turnkey generic regulatory solution to this, to ensure independent media. And member states have very different legal, constitutional, cultural traditions. Yet we understand the need to support and strengthen European media, and so we would strongly support a principles-based approach, and I think that's already been hinted at there. And it could even build on existing Council of Europe standards. And for example, certain principles could encourage member states to have clarity and transparency in appointment procedures for senior management, dismissal, and so on, for protection of management from external influences, and also, as we've heard, ensuring strong protection of journalists in their duties and strong editorial guidelines. So we see that any such principles should, of course, apply to all media as appropriate. And it would be for the member states to implement those in a kind of sensitive, tailored way to the national characteristics of those markets. I just have another couple of short points, if I may. It's of course a great thing and an important thing to reinforce the health and effectiveness of European media. But I think we do need to mention here, and I know the Commission has made a number of initiatives, you know, we need to keep our eye on the bigger picture and the real threat, possibly to fundamental values, is also at least the loss of control by Europe over media distribution networks of the future, online, and what we might say the march of the big tech platform gatekeepers. And to put it very bluntly, that there's no point in having a glittering, perfect European media ecosystem if it simply disappears online. And I think what we would strongly say is that if the DSA and DMA don't deliver to stop platforms removing or tampering with European broadcast content that's already regulated by independent regulators, national level, then the MFA should try and do so, should really do so. Finally, and to the point about sanctions and so on, I would just make a couple of comments there. Let's not forget regulation is built for many decades and governments come and go. I think that's one point that we need to bear in mind. But also where a state is at fault, the EU does have rule of laws procedures to address worst offenders already. So that's something that should certainly be promoted in parallel, and we see a number of cases ongoing there. So yes, overall, it's a really pertinent, it's a really important initiative. It is complex, and as been said, we embrace the courage of the Commission to take this on, and we look forward to working with them to find, I think, the right solutions for European media and the ecosystem. Thank you very much.
The point about the media ecosystem, I think this is something that we have been discussed for many years, how to maintain and how to develop this ecosystem, also in the balanced way in all over Europe with all the cultural differences that we have. Yanis Kotsifos, listening to all the speakers, seen from a journalist perspective, would such a media, do you see that there are elements in such a Media Freedom Act that would help, or can we keep the balance between regulation and what we consider as free journalism and free media? How do you see this Media Freedom Act, and where should we go into it?
Thank you, Moens. I think that we should all agree that one of the things that we need to learn through this urgency that we are now facing is that we also need to be very fast in updating our tools. So in that sense, maybe the Media Freedom Act might be helpful, but it still depends on the way that we should be able to respond and use all the means that will be given. By we, I mean not just journalists, but also media owners and legislators. So I realize that there are 2 points that we are focusing on in today's debate, and this is media transparency and the regulation issue. We should not forget that to have an efficient self-regulation system, we need 3 elements, and that's the profession, that's the media, and the public. And I think that the crucial part here, and something that I think that we keep missing, is the public. And I think that the whole situation leads us to an assumption that we need to try and include the public more in our talks about media freedom. Because I think that it's not absolutely clear what the actual impact of the lack of media freedom is to the public, to the news that the public is consuming. I think that if we need to pursue something, and that's for all 3 parts engaged in this media regulation, in this self-regulation scheme, is to try and make as clear as possible to the public that following ethics has an impact to the outcome of the news industry, which is of vital importance as we now see. Ms. Jourova mentioned the issue of identifying the potential influence that we have by foreign operators in the European media system. And that also has to do with the issue of transparency that we have been discussing, because I don't think that it's enough to go on and ask for more and more transparency unless this is going to be achieved in an understandable and meaningful way, meaningful to everybody, actually. I don't think that having registries that are not properly updated or following the pathways that the ownership is going through are of any use other than fulfilling the procedure. So I think, and this is my concluding point, I think that we need to try and focus on the issue of the impact of the debate of media freedom, and we need to try and engage more communities in this debate, not just try to explain to people what this is about, but try to make it a priority topic on their agendas too.
So it may be also a part of media literacy that we are going to talk about later today.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. That was the reflections from the panel. Do you have questions? So please raise your hand and be ready to. You have the big chance now to ask the Commissioner, the Vice President of the EU Commission, questions here. It's a fantastic chance. So please, if you have any questions for our Who will be the first? Yes. And please say your name and where you come from.
Andrzej Krajewski from Society of Journalists in Poland, and it may be to the Commissioner Jourova. In your program for the Media Freedom Act, you highly depend on independent regulators. In some countries of Europe, like Hungary and Poland, there is a problem of independence of these regulators. How can you deal with that?
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, this is part of the current proposal which we have on the table for the Media Freedom Act, that independent regulators should be especially independent from the political decision making. And that's why we are looking into the way we speak about the public media, which is especially sensitive. Here we are looking into how the public media are financed and how the managers are nominated and appointed to the positions. And for the independent regulators, we need to, or we want to come with a set of safeguards to have the independence fully guaranteed. I think that this is an important part of it, and this is something we have to do, because somebody here said, I think it was Richard Burnley, that the governments should come and go. And this is part of it, that if we do not have independent media and independent regulators, if we make them dependent on political power, then they might not come and go. Yeah, that's the bigger picture I also look at, and this is something which we capture in the Rule of Law report. That's why we also added the media into the report, not only independent judiciary, but also the media, independent media, pluralistic media, economically healthy media, media which are protected against political and economic pressures, and regulators who will be protected against especially political pressure, which we see in several member states. I have to be honest with you, the idea of the Media Freedom Act didn't, I don't know, fall out of the blue. It is the reaction on the situation in several member states and the tendencies and trends which are also showed in the Media Pluralism Monitor, which Pierluigi mentioned. And we are reacting on worsening situation in media in several member states. And we need to have the tool to be able to react.
Thank you. I have another question, and also questions for the panel, please. It's not only for the Vice President of the Commission, it's questions for Vera Jourova and for the panel. Please, we have a question here.
So I'm not the right person in this, because I have another question on Vice Commissioner Jourova. In the current situation, we saw an unprecedented step where disinformation media were blocked. Have you think about this for the future, how to ensure that this is not going to be misused maybe to formulate it somehow in the Media Freedom Act as well? Because we can all imagine, I think, a situation where this really could be a problem one day, so.
Yes, this situation, we all have to cope with it now somehow. And I would never believe I would say yes to two things. To give the digital platforms the hint or the instruction or the advice to take the site. And because for Facebook, for Google, for others, for years I am telling them, stay out of politics, do not interfere, do not moderate. We do not want Mr. Zuckerberg to be the moderator of our public public discourse or political discussion. And now we had to say, choose the side of this conflict. The other thing I would never have believed is to block some media. And you can believe me, I lived half of my life in censorship, so this is something which I really always fought for, the freedom of speech in Europe. It's one of the principles we have to protect. But it's true that we never wanted to protect the absolute freedom of speech, because for me, the absolute freedom of speech is at the same time the absolute nihilism when it comes to the truth. By protecting absolute freedom of speech, you are forgetting to defend the truth as a value as well. And in the time of war, this is becoming the thing which has to be decided. So to block Russia Today and Sputnik, it was more, and some other media in some member states. This is the decision based on the fact that they are either established by a hostile country, by the aggressor, or funded, and that their broadcasting is endangering security. It was the case in Baltic Sea countries already in the past when they were blocking some TVs. And also there is one factor that the media are established by the people or entities on the sanction list. So I am enumerating the factors which can lead to blocking. And last word, you asked about whether we can come back. We will have to come back, hopefully after the war, when the things go back to normality. This is the directive which we adopted, blocking Russia Today and Sputnik, which can be repealed. And we speak about temporary sanction. This is not forever. Yeah, but speaking about forever, again, my instinct of a Czech person, the occupants were on our territory after 1968, 23 years. So let's also here take the bigger picture and realize where we are and where we might be. We have to defend ourselves, and the freedom of speech must not be used and abused as a weapon against us.
Thank you. It's obviously a very, very important question that has been posed here, and we are dealing with this in one of the panels later today. I'm quite sure we'll come back to this because it is an extremely important question, where do we put the lines? There's a comment here from the panel, and I have two questions more after, but there might be more comments from the panel also. Please, Romana.
Yes, very briefly on this, the situation with blocking various media sources or propaganda, basically. The main problem with this is that it gives bad ideas to others, and they just continue to propagate these bad ideas. And I'm going to give you a very simple example and recent example from my country, where an NGO came up with a proposal for a platform to counter disinformation. They started searching for algorithms. Some of those proposed by the institutions and coming from actors in the government were associating, basically terms like corruption and, I don't know, misuse of funds and inefficiency. If they were in relation to the government or to state actors, they could be flagged as propaganda. So this is something that is killing investigative media, for example, instantly. I would always say that any form of censorship and any form of like brutally closing down and reducing freedom of expression has to be reduced to a very minimum and if possibly not used. We are in exceptional circumstances now, but if possibly not used. What we're not talking about enough is the fact that the best weapon to counter propaganda is the variety of the sources of information and the real pluralism. And this is something that you can actually ensure also with clear regulatory framework and with these tools of internal market that we're trying to use now through the Media Freedom Act, with education, with media literacy, and these are things that we should be looking into a lot more than we are doing it today. Because, if people do develop this critical thinking, if people do have a broad variety of sources coming from all of these independent media outlets that are now striving to survive, and they're not surviving. This is the fact that they do not have enough means to survive, not enough rules to survive, and they do not benefit from all of that fair, between commas, allocation of state resources throughout the pandemic as well. Now, if we provide in that direction, I think already a big slice of this, fake news, countering disinformation and propaganda will be addressed. Thank you.
That's the very operational way to deal with it, and it's a long way but it's important because it includes the media to be strong and pluralistic. What you were saying, Wout?
Yeah, just two comments. The first one links nicely with what you just argued, and it reminds me very much of when Ricardo and I were working on the expert group on tackling fake news and disinformation online, when we said indeed that the antidote to disinformation is indeed having available a plurality of high quality media. But what I think is perhaps underestimated in that thinking is the role of algorithms. And we need to better understand, and we need to have more openness and more commitment also from the platforms into making available also to the academics to see sort of how that works so that we can better address the problem that is disinformation. And I hope that the revised code on tackling disinformation online, which I believe is due at the end of this month, would help in there. So that was one point. The other point relates to the independence of regulators. Yes, we need to work towards more and better independence from regulators. What we also then need is regulators who have the resources to regulate, basically, because we see that in other fields, data protection, for instance, where regulators are basically going under humongous amounts of work, basically, and they're just not managing to keep up. So independence is one thing, making sure that they have the resources to enforce properly is number two there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Yanis, and then I have
just a very short additional comment, because I totally agree with everything said. I think that the situation with Russia today and Sputnik clearly shows that we have not been courageous enough in the past, or thoughtful enough in the past, to properly identify the problem and try to face it in the operational way that you mentioned earlier. And that's a kind of failure, and now I think that we are facing the unfortunate consequences.
Okay, thank you. And now I have two from the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Kazimierz Netka. I am representing portal pulsarowy.pl, internet newspaper. Chciałbym zadać pytanie po polsku. Dlaczego w tym dzisiejszym spotkaniu, w tej konferencji europejskich wolnych mediów uczestniczą politycy tylko z jednej formacji politycznej, z jednej strony politycznej? Dziękuję.
I have one here, if I just may.
Hello, I'm John Frølich from the Nordic Journalist Center in Denmark. It's a follow-up question to the question before to Vera Jourova. I know that you are, of course, talking on behalf of the European Commission, but perhaps you could tell us a little bit about your personal opinion concerning this question of blocking Russia Today and Sputnik. Don't you think we give the floor to those authoritarian regimes who just want to block foreign television? Now they can argue, well, look at the European Union. They block. So why can't we do it? Isn't it a very, very dangerous path to take?
That was
Sorry,
a direct question to the Vice President.
Do you really think that people like Putin has to wait, for example, from European Union to chase out of the country Deutsche Welle and BBC and others? Sorry, it's naive, because he will do what he wants. He has the authoritarian pattern of doing things, and to create the darkness for the people in Russia. This is absolutely independent of what we are doing in Europe. In Europe, we are defending ourselves, and it doesn't only relate to President Putin. This relates to all the autocrats. Believe me, I don't think they are waiting for example in EU to be allowed to do something. It's absolute nonsense. Sorry. And why, on the first question, why there is only one party? This is the question for the organizers. Thank you very much.
We have only a few minutes left for the session, so it should be very, very brief. Your intervention, Dr.
Thank you, Mogens. My name is Joachim Kreibich. I'm from DJU in Verdi, that is in Germany. And I would like to ask about that public consultation. I think basically it's a good idea. I think it should end tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. You go online, you answer a few questions, and but I think it is not very widely known. Even if I talk to journalists, they do not know that they should care for their interests. And I just wanted to know from Vera Jourova, how are you making, how it is going to be counted, how it is going to be considered? Thank you.
Yes, indeed. The public consultation is the first collection of reflections from general public, but mainly, let's be honest, from the expert side. And the public consultation very often also has some geographical imbalance. Yeah, so there are responses from several member states, and so after we wrap up this consultation, we will work with the inputs. We will draft the first version of the law, and then we will address the sector and the different organizations and the entities and people who should give us more, I don't know, advice or additional advice, which way to go. I believe that this will be the process of more targeted consultation on the basis of the draft law, sometimes between mid-April and of May. And in this process, I expect that we will be collecting more and more questions rather than answers, and then at the end we will have to start wrapping up and take, as you said several times, courageous decisions. Sometimes courageous decisions are not the best ones. I would like to take decisions which will improve the situation of media in the EU, and so I will come back again with questions to those who will be mainly affected by this. And if you allow me to add one thing, it was also said here, this is not just one single law. We work, I hope, consistently on several other pieces of legislation which deal with information space without touching the editorial content. Yeah, we are not touching it. but this relates to Digital Services Act, to the Political Advertising Act, Media Freedom Act. So I'm really glad I can be involved in all to try to keep the consistency and to come with meaningful legislation. And it will be legislation where we will have to set in stone things in European law stone, including the definitions which we are lacking. Pierluigi spoke about it. I think we are lacking the definition of media, we are lacking the definition of a journalist, and this will be the biggest discussion, if at all, to define, and if so, how? And then the question of the self-regulation of the sector. Do not expect us to intervene into that. This is the sector to do that. Yeah, so I will try to work with really high level of respect for the media freedom, with the intention to help rather than to limit or spoil the media situation and market in Europe.
Thank you. I would then recommend you not to start trying to make a definition of who is a journalist, because if you start to doing that, then it will take years. And I will say, and you will give tools to the authoritarian regimes to decide who can be a journalist. I would strongly recommend not to have such a definition of a journalist. Then you really give Putin a good chance.
May I add something? This is what we now discuss because we work on the anti-SLAPP legislation, and I am really against coming with the definition. Rather, we will try to define the public interest rather than who is a journalist or who is the human rights defender and so on.
Okay,
sorry,
good,
I don't want
good.
to.
So we are done. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We now have the few half minutes to each of you, and then we will finalize this panel. Please, Wout. We start with you and.
Final thought. MFA is a huge opportunity if we get things right. We need to make sure that it doesn't interfere with what's already working, but we need to ensure that the European Commission in this case has the tools to put the fixes there where they're most needed.
And then I'll go online. Richard?
Thank you very much. Many very important, interesting issues to comment on. I quite like the phrase somebody used, surgical intervention. I think we might use that in our consultation response ourselves. I think it is a delicate balance, of course. Nevertheless, anything that is useful and effective to underpin independence of European media, fully support. I think definition of media probably goes too far. I think we would, harmonization of those standards according to certain parameters that are rather subjective. I think that this is difficult for us. Just finally, I think it's. I heard some comments about state. I think it's very unfortunate if European media is fighting itself. I think we have to try and respect the dual system of successful public media and commercial media working very healthily side by side and underpinning the fundamental values of Europe for the future. One final comment to Commissioner Jourova's comment about governments coming and going. Take your point completely, and I think what we do a lot in the EBU, which is unseen, is discuss with governments and talk to governments and try and. I wouldn't go so far as to use the word educate because that's the wrong word, but to raise awareness and that a government that doesn't respect independence necessarily might lose the next election and might find that if it's disintegrated an independence of the media, that would work against it. So I think there are certain things that can be done in a soft way as well that are very effective.
Thank you. Ramona?
Yes, very briefly and to the point actually. One of the great things that the Media Freedom Act would do, I think, is that we would literally have the chance to intervene in media market transactions and to be able to ensure media pluralism also through the application of EU competition law, because this is something that we do not have now. And this is something that the AVMSD does not address. There's no power of intervention there. The other thing is also that when, last year when we looked at how different member states transposed the directive, we ended up realizing that there were 23 letters of notification of non-full implementation of the directive, 23 to the 23 member states. So we do have plenty of work there as well. And then last but not least, there is no magic tool that fixes everything. The Media Freedom Act would not address all problems with media freedom. The anti-SLAPP legislation would not address all problems. And neither would the rule of law report or the different recommendations. But all of these together will strengthen the framework for media freedom. And this is something that is essential, and this is something that we need to work with the public, yes, with all of the actors on the ground, with everybody basically, with governments and regulators, so that we can have a powerful framework for what I would call the fourth power in a democratic state. Thank you.
Thank you. And Pierluigi, your last. Also brief, please.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing is about the independence of regulators. I think that it could be very important strengthening peer review among regulators, links among regulators, ERGA. This could help. Somehow creating a common culture of regulators can help also in situations in which regulators are under political pressure in their countries. Second thing, on disinformation and freedom of expression, clearly is a very difficult border. I think, however, that if we concentrate on the disinformation machine, on anonymity, on bots, if you don't deal with the single truth or non-truth, but with the machine that create systematic untruth, then you have an easier way to work on this very difficult, very delicate issue. And the final thing I want to say is that maybe in the Media Freedom Act, there could be a high principle, all the kind of the principles that are in other legislation, for instance, that you cannot create a dominant position through a merger, European competition law. We could have a high principle that say that we cannot have in Europe media dominance in a media market.
Thank you.
Something like this then could be built up by courts, by decisions, and in the long run deliver a result. Thank you.
And Yanis?
Very short, raising awareness, as we heard earlier, is of crucial importance. And I think that we'd all agree we should see the Media Freedom Act as an opportunity. I think that we managed to develop a lot of tools in the last years, a lot of monitoring platforms that are of extremely help. But tools are constantly challenged, and their efficiency is constantly challenged, and we need to update and adjust. And I think that now we have a very good opportunity to adjust.
And we have a lot of work to do until Monday, where we can give our ideas to the Commission. And there's a lot of takeaway to Vera Jourova from today. Thanks to the panel. Thanks to our keynote speaker. And we will shift very quickly to the next panel. And I will ask Ricardo to be on the stage. He's coming. So I'll leave it to you now, Ricardo, please.
Thank you, Mons. Yes. So maybe this one is... So I'm asking the panelists of the second session to join. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so welcome to the second session of our conference. We'll discuss together with our panelists the issues of disinformation, trust in media, self-regulation, propaganda. We already discussed these issues in the former panel. It's important to know that all our panelists are involved in an EU, an European Union project called Media Councils in the Digital Age. And this project aims at highlighting the important role of press and media councils in times of decreasing trust towards journalists and media outlets, combined with an increasing disinformation on online platforms and the so-called social media. So we'll discuss this with our four panelists. Adeline Hulin, she works for the UNESCO. She's a project officer for Freedom of Expression Department in UNESCO. She's also an expert on media accountability and media self-regulation. Adeline studied journalism and political science in Paris. Our second panelist is Peter Knappen. Peter Knappen also studied political science at Leuven University in Belgium. He worked as a journalist for the Flemish public broadcaster in Belgium. He's the general secretary and the ombudsman of the Flemish Press Council. Third panelist, Alexander Worzilek, is the executive director of the Austrian Press Council. He is also the president of the Alliance of Independent Press Councils of Europe. And finally, David Puertas Grael is a professor and a researcher at Blanquerna Ramon Llull University in Barcelona, Spain. A very short introduction from my side. I think, as Mogens mentioned, it is impossible to talk about journalism, journalistic ethics without mentioning the war in Ukraine. Journalistic ethics is a key issue in times of crisis, in times of conflict. It's often said that truth is the first casualty of war. And we should admit that sometimes journalists become soldiers in an information war. In Ukraine, we can see that alongside the real war on the ground, there is also an information war in the media. On the Russian side, the state regulator has closed down media outlets such as Radio Echoes of Moscow, Dosh TV. The same regulator requires Russian journalists to use only official Russian sources to report on Ukraine. The regulator has banned journalists from using the words war or invasion, as you said, Mogens. The State Duma has even passed a law that punishes with a 15-year prison sentence anyone, not just journalists, anyone who spread so-called disinformation about the Russian army's operations. On the Ukrainian side, the government has set up a website that displays images of Russian prisoners. It has also organized press conferences with Russian prisoners of war. You know it, rumors spread widely across the internet of a mysterious Ukrainian fighter pilot in a MiG-29 gunning down 6 Russian aircraft within the first hours of the war, the ghost of Kiev. That's the situation. And 2 weeks ago, we discussed it, the member states of the European Union decided to ban the Russian state-owned channels RT and Sputnik. It was officially an economic sanction against disinformation providers. As you may know, the European Federation of Journalists has been critical of this censorship by governments for state reasons. We have criticized it, not because we defend Russian disinformation, of course, but because we believe that the censorship is not the right remedy against disinformation. And I would like to start by giving the floor to Adeline. with this question, can journalistic self-regulation respond to propaganda? Have press councils taken a stand against disinformation propaganda? I think you have a global view on this issue, Adeline.
Yeah, just take out my mask. Sorry. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and thanks a lot, Ricardo, for giving this opportunity to speak today. It's a real pleasure to be here, and it's actually difficult to start, as you say, to say something about journalism ethics without mentioning the terrible situation and the fact that we have courageous journalists in Ukraine, and some of them have already lost their life in their fight for truth. I also just wanted to say that UNESCO has scaled up its emergency support to the country, and we are working with partners in ensuring the flow of information, and also working on safety of journalists, relocating some journalists from Ukraine. And one of the big priority as well is the fight for disinformation, and that brings us to this panel discussion today. So before coming today, I was actually inquiring with press councils from the Alliance of Independent Press Councils in Europe regarding how they've reacted to the issue of propaganda, and also like how their press codes and generally how much they have dealt so far with issues of propaganda. So please take my numbers carefully, because this is just based on a few of the responses that I got. I got approximately 23, a bit more than 23 responses. But actually in those responses, 3 press councils mentioned that they deal in their press code with political propaganda. And it's often like propaganda is often associated with advertisement as well. So it's both of them in the same provision of their code of ethics. Within this, so one example, for instance, is the case of France. And in France, the Code of Ethics is referring to the Charter of Munich from 1971, which mentioned that it's the duty of a journalist not to confuse its role with the one of a publicist or the one of a propagandist. Some other press councils that are mentioning propaganda, there is the example, for instance, of Serbia. And I'm sure that Peter and others will be able to say a bit more in details about that. But in fact, when I ask, do you deal with propaganda? Many of them say, well, we don't have explicit reference, but we have implicit reference. And the implicit reference is that actually within the codes, it's obvious as a journalist that you need to make sure that you don't confuse facts from opinion, that it's a duty of a journalist to report accurately, and it's of course the duty to keep the independence and to avoid conflict of interest. Now, I also asked them, so did you deal with a lot of complaints related to propaganda? And the answer was actually no. There has not been many complaints about propaganda. It's really like a minority of press councils. And I think personally, like if I would try to understand why, one of the reasons is most probably that for half of the press councils, you need to be directly a part in the case in order to be able to complain. So therefore, the case of propaganda is probably a bit more difficult for someone to file a complaint. But then also, what is interesting is that some press councils mentioned that they rejected the complaints that they received on propaganda, on cases of alleged propaganda. And the reason was that actually because they are not dealing with propaganda because propaganda was not considered journalistic content. So this is also something very interesting because they cannot deal with it. And this brings me to my second point, which I wanted to raise today, is that press and media councils have been established to deal with complaints about news articles. So they've not been established to deal with media outlets as such. So if you keep that in mind, the tools that press and media councils have at hand is to deal with the code of ethics related to news articles. So they're not there to judge about the media outlet. And as it was mentioned in the previous session, the session on media, about the Media Freedom Act, and Pierluigi mentioned the definition, like ideas how to define media. The thing is that propaganda is relating to the structure of a media, to its financing, to this, not necessarily to the news articles. So press councils are not necessarily fit to address this issue of propaganda.
And in fact, even if they would be in a position to do something to address issues of media as such, the tools they have at hand, be it the volume of complaints they receive or the number of breaches that they are against a media outlet, this is not necessarily the right criteria to judge a media, because just let me give an example. It can be that there is 0 complaints about a media outlet, never, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's because the media outlet is perfectly committed to professional standards. It could just be that nobody reads it or just very few people. So, but I don't want to end here. I just want to say that because of the new ecosystem, things have been changing, and actually press councils have slowly started adapting in trying to find new ways, reinventing themselves to address issues of disinformation, and which bring them a little bit out of what they've been doing in relation to just working with the content of news article. And I'm sure that the colleagues here are going to say some more examples about this project that has been done with the European Federation of Journalists. I'm personally coordinating also another project in Southeast Europe and Turkey, which is financed by the European Commission, and it's called Building Trust in Media. And within that project, there were some interesting examples, and actually there are 2 press councils from that region that have developed some additional structure of self-regulation, but in addition to the press councils. So it's like a structure, for instance, in Albania, it's called the Albanian Media Alliance, and in Macedonia, in North Macedonia, it's called the Registry of Media, a registry. And there you need additional to commit to other criteria than just the commitment to professional and ethical standards in order to be part of those registry or alliances. And there, then they have a capacity to do something in relation to media outlets. But of course, there are also some other things that have been done by the press councils, and those are in relation to media information literacy, but also the creation of labels for people to be able to distinguish between those who commit to self-regulation from the rest. And I'll just stop right now.
Thank you, Adeline. Peter, you're a very active partner of the project that I mentioned. And part of this project, the aim of this project is also to share good practices. The case law also it's really important to know how other press councils in Europe are dealing with some issues. What do you think about the role of press councils in this context of disinformation, information war?
So when you ask me why press councils are important, I can say it very briefly. They're important for credibility of the press and for trust in journalism. And that's why we need systems of self-regulation of the press. But let me first say some things about propaganda, because that's one of the topics today. And indeed, as Adeline said, we did last 2 years or last 3 years in the framework of the project Media Councils in the Digital Age, financed by the EU. We made a comparative study of 32 press councils, and last year we made also a comparative study of 55 ethical codes in 49 countries. We will launch this database on these ethical codes next week. So, when you look into this database, you will indeed see that in only 9 of the 55 codes, propaganda is mentioned. Other ethical codes do not mention it. So in 4 cases, it's mentioned together with advertising, that saying that journalists may not advertise and may not carry out propaganda. It's so obvious that it's only these 2 sentences. In 3 cases, there is they talk about political propaganda, as Adeline said, and then in South Africa, it's about propaganda for war and violence. So, but why do I think that ethical codes do not mention propaganda? I think because it's so obvious for press councils that propaganda is not journalism. So it's quite obvious. And what is propaganda? I don't have a definition. Can be that the propaganda is a form of communication in which the interested party tries to win supporters for his ideas by disseminating one-sided, false, or fabricated information to manipulate public opinion. So that's what a journalist doesn't do. So, and this shows that propaganda by definition conflicts with the basic principles of journalism, namely the two basic principles, independence and truthfulness. And the ethical codes and press councils focus on these two basic principles. And the answers, because I saw some of the answers that Adeline got to her question, is that most of the press councils say, no, we can solve this complaint about propaganda by referring to the basic principles of truthfulness and independence. And yeah, we can talk further on. I'm going not to open the discussion now to what Adeline said, but what is so important for self-regulation? As I said, self-regulation is very important for credibility and for trust in journalism. Credibility is our core business. When we are not credible anymore as media outlets or journalists, then we won't exist anymore. And that's the discussion, the same discussion with, for instance, the confusion with fake news and journalism, or with advertising and native advertising. In fact, it's the same discussion. We need to safeguard our credibility by being independent and truthful. So, and then some last words about press councils and how can they work. I think one of the basic conditions to have a good working press council is that also not only media and journalists need to be independent, of course also press councils, systems of self-regulation need to be independent. Why do we prefer self-regulation? Of course, because we don't prefer regulation by government. So that's the reason why in 18 member states of the EU, I think, and in also other states, countries outside of the EU, you have these systems of self-regulation because it's preferable to government regulation. And how do you guarantee this independence of self-regulation? You can talk about financial independence, but you need money to work. Money from media companies, from the government. In some countries, like in Belgium, you have a mixed system from government and media companies. You can talk about the personal independence of the members of press councils. They need to behave independent and not as a puppet on a string from the media company or I don't know what. You can talk about the necessary checks and balances in the systems of press council when they handle complaints, because citizens and organizations can file a complaint when they think there is a breach of the journalistic ethics. You can talk about distinction between the board of directors, the complaints commission, but all these elements are intrinsic conditions to have a good working press council, intrinsic to show your independence. But I think there is also one very important extrinsic condition, and that refers to the ecosystem, to the context, the media context. And I think that a press council can only be independent in an ecosystem with independent media and media companies, in a pluralistic and independent. Does this mean that you have to wait to set up a press council until you have this ecosystem? No, I don't think so. I think you can start, but of course it's very difficult. We have, for instance, the examples in Hungary and some Balkan countries, even in Russia. I don't know how the press council in Russia is going now, but in Russia it's a very small press council. It's independent, okay, it's very difficult for them to work, but at least they can stimulate and they can create awareness among the public, the same as in Hungary, for instance, of the importance of independent media and to give people the chance to complain. Because what is important, and that's the last thing what I'm going to say, why are we as press councils so important? Journalists take all actors in society to account. That's our job. We take into account politicians, justice, companies, and so on. But we must also be accountable ourselves. And I think that's the reason why we need, and we try to promote with our European projects and with the Alliance of Independent Press Council, why we try to promote the creation of systems of self-regulation and press councils.
Thank you, Peter. It was important indeed to point out that real journalism, in a way, is the opposite of disinformation, of propaganda. And you pointed out as well the important role of press councils in promoting ethical journalism, quality journalism. But we are not alone, you know, as press councils, and I think I will give the floor right now to Alexander, because Alexander has been working on another side, I would say, of the global ecosystem promoting quality journalism and tackling disinformation and propaganda, and it's about, of course, media literacy. I would say that in a way, media literacy is a kind of ally of press councils in this global fight against disinformation and propaganda. And you've been working on this issue, Alexander. Can you tell us a bit more about this?
That is true, but before I go on with media literacy, I just want to say some general words on propaganda and press councils. I fully agree with Peter that propaganda, of course, is not journalism, but today we have the problem that you have a couple of organizations who are dealing with propaganda, or which are producing propaganda, and they try to present it like serious news. So they try to behave like a news outlet, and they try to give the impression that this information is journalistic content. And we as a press council have the problem how to deal with that, because normally we refer to professional journalism and to classic journalism, but at the same time there is a certain demand from the general public that we consider also these pieces of propaganda and we give our opinion on it. And in some countries the press councils say we don't do it because that is not journalism and we are not responsible for that, so we draw a certain line and we do not comment. And in other countries, like in Austria, we say okay, it's not journalism, but at the same time they give the impression to be journalism or journalists, and so it's needed and it's necessary that we give an opinion on these articles as well, especially when they are widespread online and there's a big discussion on it. So in Austria we have, for example, one outlet who is working with conspiracy theories and fake news in a classic way, I would say. They have a goal and then they use any information wherever they can find it online to support their goals. And especially on COVID-19, but also on the question of refugees, they produced a lot of fake news. And we made many decisions on that outlet, and we said that was a breach of our code of ethics. Even though they are not part of the system, they do not commit themselves to the code of ethics, but I think it's important to inform the general public that this is not journalism, and this is completely contrary to our code of ethics. So it's a tricky situation, but in my opinion, it's better to tackle that problem and to give opinions and to fight it by that. And another possibility to fight fake news and doubtful information is media literacy. You should train the general public, you should train pupils and students about how to judge pieces of news or certain pieces of information. And within our project, which is going into its third year now, fortunately, we've started a sub-project, so to speak, on media literacy, and the core of it is a role play about sessions of the press councils. So students and pupils, they are taking part, and they're given certain roles. So some of them, they're the complainants, others are the journalists or the lawyers of the media outlet, and another group, they are just part of the deciding body of the press council. And we have made quite a good experience with that, because when you're presenting a specific case related to maybe to a problem which is familiar to young people or which is very topical, we had, for example, a picture of victims of the war in Syria. Two dead babies were presented in a Swiss newspaper, and the question was if it is ethical to show these people of the deceased babies. And when we have such a specific problem, then people can really identify with the case, and they can work on it, and they find the different arguments for the publication of it and against it. And I think through these role plays, people really get into it, and they have the chance to take something with them. It's much better than just giving a speech or giving them a lesson, and it's very practical. And everybody, when you see that picture and you have this specific role within the role play, you argue and you go deep into it, and that's very, very good. And I think this is a very practical approach, and in my opinion, one of the best output within our project. And we are adding new cases now. We are probably also having cases related to the war in Ukraine, but also on COVID-19. So we try to be topical. And of course, we adapted the cases a little bit so that it is easier to deal with it for the teachers and for the students. But if you're interested in this project, you can find information on our website, presscouncils.eu. And for teachers, they can get a password to get the full information. We don't give the full case to the outside world, because then the result would be released to the pupils and to the students. So that should not be the case. So you need a password, but it's very easy to get it. You just have to send an email to us, and then you can use it.
Thank you, Alexander. Our last panelist is David. David is an academic researcher, as I said. And you studied how press councils are perceived in the society by the citizen. You also studied the perception of the coverage of COVID-19 by the media. We've been criticized as journalists sometimes by citizens. So what are the main outcomes of your research within this global EU project again?
Well, thank you, Ricardo. First of all, it's a pleasure for me to be here. This is the first time that I go to a congress after become a PhD, so it's time to celebrate for me. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. So, first of all, the main headline is that the level of public trust in news declined during the pandemic in Hungary, Spain, and Belgium. This could be the main result and the main conclusion. And, well, the results and the conclusion that I will present today are based on a study that analyzed the citizens' perception of media self-regulatory bodies and media reporting on the COVID-19 pandemic in these 3 European countries. So we have a total of 2,400 people that were surveyed between 3 and 14 June 2021. And this questionnaire is part of a project funded by the European Commission to study how European citizens inform themselves during the COVID-19 pandemic and the professional and ethical challenges of media councils in today's digital environment. So our main goal was to better understand, firstly, citizens' awareness about media and press council, and secondly, how the COVID outbreak has affected trust on news and how citizens assess news media reporting. So to do so, we have chosen these different countries, both in terms of geographic location, but also in terms of political and media culture. So we have 2 main options or 2 main points. The first one is the awareness and knowledge about press and media councils, and here the main findings shows that there is a little knowledge that citizens have about self-regulatory bodies in the 3 target countries. Firstly, I have to say that only a third of respondents are aware of this existence of media and press councils. And of course, more than 70% of respondents say that they are not aware of the possibility of filing complaints to report potential ethical risks. This is related with how Halin told us before. And the other point is the information on COVID-19 pandemic. So here, as I mentioned before, the trust levels in the media dropped during the COVID-19 pandemic in the 3 countries surveyed. So the phenomenon is more important in Hungary, where around 40% of citizens distrust news media, followed by 31% in Spain or 24% in Belgium. And results also show that trust levels in the media is to be correlated with the citizens' own political orientation. We call that the ideology, just to be right-wing, left-wing, or center. And overall, citizens think that the media has offered too much information about the pandemic, with the Spaniard here being the most critical. And regarding the perception of disinformation, young adults, those with or between 18 and 29 years old, proportionally were more exposed. And the results also found, also that the more people distrusted the media before the pandemic, the more they feel they had received this information about the virus. And here, one of the most interesting options is that the main channel for receive false information is by far TV shows. That means morning and evening magazines. So here it's important to know that these kind of programs are used to mix or hybridize information and entertainment. So we have to be aware about this infotainment concept to consider in our future proposal research based on this information also. So this is more important than other aspects, for example, social media, that represent one of the lowest percentage in that terms. So this is really interesting and it's different, maybe related with the last contribution that we are done in disinformation aspects. So.
Thank you, David. Thank you for this contribution. It's important indeed to point out the risks of infotainment, which is now a global trend in many European countries. It's time now to give the floor to the participants, time for questions to our panelists. So please raise your hand if you have a question or comments. Yes, Anna, I'm coming. Yeah, thank you.
I am Anna Del Freo from Italy, and I am in the steering committee also of EFJ. As you probably know, in Italy we don't have a press council, but we have a public register established by the law, and to be journalist you have to pass a state examen, and you are required to respect ethics that the law of press and the law for journalists established. But in spite of that, and now I want to focus not about political propaganda or propaganda in general, because you said a lot, but I focus on the problem of advertising, because now it's many years that because of the big economical crisis that affect the editorial industry, as journalists, you very often have a pressure from your publisher or even from your editor-in-chief, your director, who says, we have to speak today about this because we have advertising about this subject. And so you are almost required to write, to give space to write about a subject and not to say something bad about because, you know, fashion or, I mean, mostly in magazines, but not only, or also in other newspaper or TV, etc. So I want to know if you have, mostly I asked to Adeline, if you thought about, if you have considered this, and what do you think that a press council can do? Not only Adeline, maybe who wants to answer.
Yeah, I think actually it would be good to hear directly from the press councils about how they're dealing with advertising. But just about your first point about the situation in Italy, and I think you're actually quite an exception in Europe. And this is not necessarily, when we are promoting self-regulation, this is not necessarily the model that we are promoting, because one of the key when we promote is that it should be a voluntary system. So this is, but of course, and this is, I think, also like one of the tricky part for press councils to get organized is that also like they're very different from one place to another and very much dependent on the history and the media environment where they have been established. Now, just to say that also that there is right now a little trend in evolving towards a kind of a co-regulation of, you know, since the News of the World phone hacking scandal, there has been a growing trend in developing some incentives for media self-regulatory body to be a bit more, to have more teeth. Powerful. Yeah, and there has been increasingly some recognition in some countries of the system within the law, and there is a lot of question which goes back to what Peter was saying as well about the independence of the system, which is really key. But for advertisement, I leave it to you.
Yes, but what I think the basic principle in almost most, I think in all ethical codes that were included in our survey, is that there must be a clear distinction between advertisement and journalism, clear distinction for the public, and also in a lot, and for instance in our press council, it's emphasized that a journalist may not advertise and may not cooperate with advertising. And I think also a lot of press councils have in their ethical code, for instance by us, a guideline emphasizing the responsibility of the editors-in-chief in this case, that they have to be the gatekeeper and have to guarantee the distinction, the Chinese wall between the commercial department and the newsroom. So, but can we guarantee these are the principles? So first of all, there must be a clear distinction. Journalists may not advertise, and the responsibility of the editor-in-chief. Can people file a complaint? Yes, in some cases, and Adeline referred to is, it was quite, or it can be quite difficult to file a complaint against these general principles. For instance, distinction between propaganda and journalism, or distinction between advertising and journalism, because in a lot of, I think 45% of the press councils we were included in our survey, press councils ask a personal interest to file a complaint. In the other cases, not. Since this week, we asked also a personal interest, but we changed it this week. And also the Netherlands have the same system. So what we are doing now is we make a distinction. Persons and organizations can file complaints when they are mentioned themselves in the reporting, in the article, but all organizations can also file a complaint based on a general interest, not on a personal interest, on a general interest when they concern about one of the themes. So for instance, imagine that it's about the difference between advertising and journalism. Now organizations like a journalist organization or a consumer organization can file a complaint. So I think in most cases of the press councils, it must be possible to file a complaint with the press council. Also individual journalists can do it, but for them it's of course difficult to file a complaint against their own media company. It would be better that it's done then by a journalist association or by a citizens organization of citizens. But probably I'm sure that Alex will add something.
Yeah, we have been always very open and liberal, so any reader can come to us and make a complaint. So that's a different approach, and I think this is also the more modern approach because a press council should deal with the readers and should be a kind of clearing point and ombudsman organization, and should also try to find sometimes maybe a compromise between the readers and the newspapers. So I think this more liberal approach, which you have also now in Belgium, is better. And concerning the distinction between advertising and editorial content, we are very strict. And we try to strengthen the journalists and the editorial departments by being so strict. Yeah. So for example, in Austria we have a law which is part of law of public administration, and principally you could get a fine if you mix commercials with editorial content. But the authorities, they don't apply the law. We have that law, but they say, yeah, it's difficult, we do not prove if there has been money involved, so they just don't enforce it. And whereas we at the Press Council, we don't check if there has been money involved, we just check if the language is too close towards advertising language. So we analyze the content, and if it's like a commercial text, then we say this is an infringement of our code of ethics. And so it's important that there is a press council, because the authorities, they don't want to get involved. They don't dare to fine the news outlets. And we at least say that this is against our ethical standards. And through this, we also do try to help the journalists to fight, for example, the advertising department or the directors of the news outlets, because they put sometimes pressure on the editorial department to mix it. Yeah, and one last thing, because you said that sometimes journalists are forced to write on certain topics so that the environment will be friendly towards the advertising companies. I don't think that this is an infringement of journalistic ethics, but there is a kind of problem, because if you choose the topics because you want to get advertising, then other topics which are maybe more important will not be covered. So, but this discussion should be within the editorial department. We would not say that it's a breach of our code of ethics if you put weight on a specific topic to get advertising. But of course, in the end, it's also an ethical question, but which should be rather solved within the news outlet and within the editorial department. If it's too often, then you really get a problem, because you don't cover the topics needed. But if it's every now and then I think it's still okay, because I mean, nowadays the news outlets, especially the newspapers, they are having problems with their financing, because they don't get advertising. Everything, the advertising money goes to Google, Facebook, Twitter, and all these big tech companies. So there is a huge gap. So somehow they have also adapted to get money, because without money there is no independent journalism. Yeah.
Thank you. We still have 3 questions. I'll ask you to be brief, because we have just 5 minutes before the coffee break. So next question, please present yourself and ask your question.
Leif Lundsmann, Nordic Journalist Center, Denmark. Thanks to Peter for a very sharp and clear argument for self-regulation. I agree that the best argument for self-regulation is the absence of the alternative, which is political regulation. But following that, I would like to hear your comment on Vera Jourova's arguments for an EU Media Freedom Act. Because to me, media freedom is defined as the absence of political regulation of media. What do you think?
I'm not an expert in the Media Freedom Act, but I think when Vera Jourova talks about the regulation, it's about the regulators of audiovisual media, I think, and it's more about safeguarding pluralism of the media landscape and the media ecosystem. So safeguarding pluralism, it can sound strange, but that's not one of our assignments. I think the 3 big assignments of press councils are safeguarding press freedom by a system of self-regulation, providing journalists with guidelines for ethical journalism, and giving citizens and organizations the chance to file complaints. But I'm happy. I've read the questionnaire about the Media Freedom Act, and I'm happy to see that there is one chapter about the importance of self-regulation and press councils. And that these are 4 or 5 questions. I would ask everybody who answers the questionnaire to emphasize indeed the importance of. So I'm very happy to read that. But then we must emphasize that it's really about self-regulation by press councils. Another thing are these media regulators of audiovisual media, but I'm not an expert in that domain. Probably Adeline knows more about it.
It's going to be too long. So, but I just wanted to say one thing about in relation to the role of press councils and to emphasize their role within the Media Freedom Act. I think also it's really important. Right now what we've been talking is also like to how press councils can concretely help users to distinguish which information and where the information is coming from. I think there is another important aspect that is also the role of press councils when it comes to help platforms to actually distinguish what is, you know, where are the journalists, are they committed to self-regulation already? Someone was mentioning before about content that is already regulated, for instance, by the audiovisual regulator. So that's why I'm thinking about that. Just to say, like, about this role of press councils, this is something quite new, but I find really interesting. And in 2 words, I wanted to mention just a survey that, for instance, one press council has done recently in Albania. And they've done an analysis of their members. They asked them, please, for 1 month, have a look, what are the content that are blocked from the platform, and tell us afterwards. We will also get these articles that were blocked, and we will check if they were actually in line with our ethical and professional standards. And actually, what was shown in this little survey, and it would deserve much more work, is that not a lot of journalistic content has been blocked. Actually, majority was not, but the ones that were blocked were those of major public interest. And in 80% of the cases, they would disagree with the decision of the platform. So in that sense, I believe as well, like, the press councils could play a really significant role as well in helping and avoiding that in this pursuit of removing disinformation of the platforms, that not legitimate decisions are being taken. And I know that, for instance, the press councils from Southeast Europe were adopting a kind of a declaration calling on, you know, maybe having a mechanism where when some journalistic content is removed from the platform, but about media outlets that are belonging to the press council, there would be a kind of a speedy mechanism for an appeal mechanism going through the press councils to actually say, well, you know, this content is actually already, we've revised it, and it's actually not against professional standards. Sorry,
No problem. Pablo?
Yes, hello, I'm Pablo Eicher from SNG CGT in France. I want to read you a very small quote that tweet Edu Plenel from Mediapart a few minutes ago. It's a quote of Albert Camus, the philosopher, in 1944, said, "Every moral reform of the press would be vain if it's not complemented with political measures that guarantee to media outlets true independence vis-à-vis of capital." That's why our position today is very much for against the concentration of media outlets in just few hands of billionaires, at least in France. What you said about advertising and the difference, the China war between advertising and news, is very important. Today, in our newspapers, we are confronted to a lot of brand content who try to blur this difference between advertising and news. What do you think about it? And does the Council thinking to do something against this? For example, in the newspaper magazine where I work, European Union does brand content, and that's hard for us as journalists.
So once I heard the term branded journalism, that's stupid. Branded journalism, that's a contradiction in itself. So I think that really we need to protect this distinction between advertising and journalism. Otherwise, journalism, independent journalism, will not exist anymore in 20 years when the distinction is not clear. Fortunately, in Belgium, it's also guaranteed in the law. We have also a self-regulation system for advertisers, and fortunately, they are saying they have the same principles as us. But when we're talking about advertising, about editorial choices, about propaganda, about fake news, about what I think one thing is very important, that's transparency. Not only transparency of media ownership, but also transparency from the journalists, for transparency about their editorial choices they make, transparency about their sources. Of course, they have, in some cases, to protect their sources. Transparency about the way they did their work. So when I started as a journalist 35 years ago, everything was about objectivity. I always found objectivity a very, very difficult word. What is objectivity? Of course, independence is very, very important, but now you can hear more and more that transparency about media ownership, but also about the work of journalists. And I would summarize it in 3 words. Transparency is the new 4 words. Transparency is the new objectivity. And I think that's really an important thought for press councils and for media and journalists.
Indeed, we are asking those in power to be transparent, but we should be transparent as journalists as well.
Of course.
Last question from David from DJV, Germany.
Yes, hello.
Very short, please.
Yes. Alexander spoke about the scope of regulation that you have, that you also not only regulate press, but pretend to be press. But the topic is self-regulation. My question would be, given now that it is possible to make a business model out of fake news publication, Bill Gates invented Corona, so where do you see I'd like to ask Peter then maybe, where do you see and it's a tough question because one has to look at the limits of what a press council can do and where the power of self-regulation stops. How do you cope with this phenomenon?
It's a difficult question, but also we, the same as in Austria and the same as a lot of press councils do, also we handle complaints against media and journalists that do not participate in our system and that are not. So we also handle complaints against, it's not only about professional journalists with a press card. We handle all complaints about journalism. When you start tomorrow in your commune, in your city, a website about what's going on, then you're a journalist. And we will handle this complaint, despite you're not a member of our system. And then, of course, you will see in some cases, is this propaganda or is this journalism? We will opt in the most cases. We will decide case by case. It was said in the former panel that please don't give a definition of journalism. It's impossible. We tried to do so, but we didn't. So we decide case by case, will we handle this complaint? Is it, in our eyes, journalism? Even a post of a journalist or on Facebook or Twitter, we can handle complaints about this. And then, indeed, when it's perceived by the public as journalism, in some cases we will say, okay, we will handle this and we will give our opinion. Because what do press councils do? They don't give sanctions. We don't take off press cards. We don't give financial sanctions. We just give a moral opinion. But a moral opinion that is a big impact, because most of the press councils are very representative for the media environment, for journalists. And the more media and the more journalists who participate in the press council, the more impact they have. So what do? We give a moral opinion, in our case of a council of 36 people instead of 1, and that's it. But what we see is that this moral opinion indeed has a big impact. Of course, also we have some websites that do not care. We can make 10, 20, 30 judgments, they will not care. But in most cases, by traditional media and the other, we see that they really change their mind. For instance, the distinction between advertising and journalism. It was less clear in Belgium 10 years ago than now. And this situation improved, not only, of course, because of the existence of the press council, also because of the pressure of the public and so on. But
yeah, it's a very tricky question where journalism starts and where it ends, and I think there is no single answer. You have to make a kind of balance of weighing and check if most of the criteria are fulfilled, and then you can say, okay, this is a journalistic content, and you will check it. But we in Austria at our council, we have a certain discretion. Our deciding bodies, they can say or they can decide if they think it's necessary to give an opinion on a specific piece of information. So there's a kind of discretion of the deciding bodies. They can decide on a single case basis of the case if they think it's important to give an opinion and to inform the general public about our point of view.
Let me just add one thing about the impact of the Press Council. Yes, one thing. That's not only the impact, not only depends on the representativeness of the Press Council, but also on its transparency. Because what we ask to media outlets is to publish, and the same in Austria and almost all the other countries, is to publish the judgments about themselves. And we have the commitment of all the media in most cases, I think the same in Austria, that they indeed publish judgments about themselves. And also this gives or guarantees the impact of what we are doing. Would you name it a sanction? I don't think so. It's not a sanction. It's just a commitment. Yes, we cooperate with this system of self-regulation, and when a complaint is upheld or not upheld, we will publish it.
Thank you, Peter. Before the coffee break, and we'll continue the discussion during the coffee break, I would like to thank our panelists for their insight, very interesting, very thoughtful, and so on. So thank you again. I'll give the floor to Mogens for an important message regarding this evening, I think.
Yes, very brief, because now it's coffee break and you really deserve the coffee now. I just ask those participants coming from Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia just to come here for 3-5 minutes, and then you can also get your coffee, just to have a brief about our evening session. And yes, thank you to the panel and for the moderator. 4 o'clock, we start again here. Next session, Trust in Journalism and Media Viability, and I will give the floor to our moderator, Lucy Sikorova.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Chair of the Supervisory Board of European Center for Press and Media Freedom. Lucy, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, but are we all? No, not yet, so we just wait a couple of seconds. And we should have one speaker online. I don't know if he will appear. Oh, okay. Leon, okay, good. Okay, then just let's start. So, our panel is called Trust in Journalism and Media Viability. So it's actually the most important issue for media. Trust in journalism is under attack. We see weaponization of information, pluralism in decline, and a lot of news deserts around all Europe. We all know it's wrong, that media struggle to survive. But what to do with it and what has been done already, this is what we are going to discuss at this panel. So my name is Lucia Sikorova. I'm going to moderate this panel, and please allow me to introduce our guests. I'm looking forward to the discussion as we have a very interesting guests who have plenty of information and knowledge. So welcome Barbara Triumfi, the Executive Director of International Press Institute, Mark Gruber, independent media expert who used to work for EFJ, IFJ and made several surveys on media viability, Tine Johansen, who is chair of Danish Union of Journalists, and then we have online our fourth speaker, Leon Willems, who is Director of Policy and Programs of Free Press Unlimited. So welcome, and I hope ladies will forgive me if I start with men. I would like to ask Mark, who just last year finished a survey for EFJ on media viability. I would only quote a very short sentence. Quality content does not make media successful, meant in economic aspect. So that's an old good or bad fact, but what works nowadays? What did you find out? How can media be trustful, serve the public interest, and at the same time be sustainable?
Okay, thank you. Well, hi everybody, first of all. There is no miracle solution. There is no miracle for media to be successful or not. Basically, there is a paradox that journalism is a profession. Journalists are professionals, and they have to make a living with their profession. On the other hand, quality media and independent media are not always the most successful, economically speaking. So the challenge is to combine these two elements. And as you said, I've been doing a study last year for the European Federation of Journalists. And yes, we made a couple of findings. And I would be a little bit provocative. I think the most important is not money, it's trust. For example, if you ask, most of the journalists would ask themselves, would people pay for that? The question you have to ask yourself is, would people trust what I'm writing simply? For example, there were surveys last year in Europe showing that less than 40% of the people would accept to be registered on a website to access content for free in terms of journalism. So the question is not, would people pay? The question is, do they support it? Do they trust it? And in this case, the most important, as it was said in the previous panel, is first of all to be transparent, to tell the people who you are, the way you work, what's your structure, what is, for example, your editorial guideline, your governance, and so on. The other aspect, especially important these days, for many years already, is to adapt to technology. It's not just a matter of trend, being first to be the first to be on TikTok or wherever. It's also a question of money, because traditional media have traditional ways of being funded, either public broadcasters or traditional newspapers with advertisement, but any new media outlet which has been created in the last 2 years has a mix of funding. And when you talk about mix of funding, it means you also have a mix of technology. You may be online, you may be with podcast, you may be with simply radio stories, you may be on demand, and each of these platform, each of these technology relies on a specific source of funding. The other finding of the survey is that there are more and more non-for-profit media. Non-for-profit means that you can make revenues, of course, but these revenues are not, so to say, profits. They're not benefits in the sense that these media outlets, they reuse all the benefits for the functioning of their structure, to engage more journalists, to make more researches, investigations, and so on. And the other important aspect is to engage with the public. Your readers, your listeners, the public are not just people who listen to you read. As I said at the beginning, they trust in you. They may pay for your company, but in case of problems, they also support you morally. And the best way, actually, even to rely on the audience, to engage with the audience, is also to give them the opportunity. For example, if you have a system of subscription, that the subscribers, for example, could contribute to the life of the newsroom, make suggestions for stories, literally be part of the media. That's one of the big findings of the survey, is that the more you engage with the public, the more they have trust in you and the more they're ready to pay. It's as easy as that, so to say. It's not that easy, actually, but that's one of the main findings.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds easy, but of course, in the reality, it's nothing that easy. But thank you for sharing your findings. And I would just follow with a question to Barbara, because IPI published just recently, actually 1 month ago or something, a study on the local media survival guide. It's not only study, but survival guide. So what works on the local level? It seems that engaging audience seems to be one of the most important points, but is that the case success, or what did you find out?
So, yeah, let me maybe start one step before, because looking at, for us, from the IPI's point of view, at least, when you look at viability, you need to look at the context in which the media operate. And there are 3 directions, 3 strategies that we pursue in order to promote viability. One is, of course, creating the conditions for the media to operate freely. It's a typical, let's call it press freedom work, make sure that the markets are not captured and all of that. So that is core to the media viability issue. The second strategy that we also pursue is to support the media directly whenever there is provide funds directly for certain types of journalism. And that may be needed either when the conditions do not exist for the media to survive otherwise, or when certain types of journalism, which are particularly expensive and particularly important, typically investigative journalism, they need direct input of funds. And the third is what also Mark has been talking about, is also helping news organizations identify strategies to be sustainable. And the way we do that, we feel that we are all still learning very much. Transition is happening as we speak. Transition, I mean, from print to digital, or various forms of transition. And so the best way that we have found to support the news outlets in that effort is to generate exchange between them. So it's something that we have been doing with our members and others through, even during the pandemic, very much a lot of news organizations had to speed up this transition because they could not distribute in print, or for many other reasons. And we started a program which were virtual newsroom visits, basically wherever any newsroom was successful in developing sustainable business models. That we would organize a visit so that others can learn from their experience. What we look at is not only sustainability per se, but sustainability in producing quality public interest journalism. So now going back to your question with regard to local, what our local media research has highlighted is, on one hand, there are, local media also need to transition. So a lot of the local media needed to transition, and other were created as digital native news organizations. As Mark said, and at the local level even more, the relationship with the audiences is key. And the relationship with the audiences is built on trust. So what local media have, like what successful local media have done, is to develop this relationship of trust with the media by offering them, first of all, content they can trust. So quality, public interest content. The local media function is not anymore to translate whatever happens in the world or at the national level and bring it to the local audiences, but is to talk about what happens at the local level. And secondly is the relationship with the audiences. How do they do that? And we have been looking at local media organizations really across the world. The first research we did about a year ago started in North America and Europe. And the second one, which we just published recently, looked at a lot of also local media organizations in Africa, Latin America, and Asia, additionally to the European and American and North American ones. So how do they do it? How do they build this relationship of trust with their audiences? In many different ways. First of all, by the type of, first of all, being present in the community. A lot of news organizations said, our journalists, they sit at the coffee house to work. They go around, they organize events, they spread across a number of products, which, as Mark has highlighted, you have the podcast, you have the newsletters, but you're also very accessible. And you communicate that your journalism is made of, a lot of local news organizations are also, they take advantage of whatever information is passed on by the audiences, the community itself. So that is a very specific market. Because local media organizations are fairly small, in many cases they had to join forces in order to create digital, to create the technology they need to collect the data for the advertisers. So there has been cooperation, like they haven't excluded the advertising supporting model completely. Of course, that remains, even if the subscription and the donation is a more relevant one. But in order to be able to compete with the social media, they needed to offer data to the advertiser. To do that, they have joined in. So this is just some of the findings.
Oh, thank you very much. It's yeah, everything starts at the local level, so it's pretty important. When you mentioned also areas like South America, Asia, this is what IFPU study was focused on in 2020. This study called Income Models of Independent Media in Difficult Contexts. And it discovered what works or what's crucial for media in these countries where politics, where people don't have that much economical power to contribute. So, Leon, please, could you tell us some points from your conclusions from this study, what you found out?
Well, I think many of the things that the previous speakers have said are all relevant. Basically, the research we did in 90 different newsrooms basically point to the fact that there's no lack of innovation. People depend on a mix of models. Being dependent on one single model of revenue streams doesn't work. And that it is very important for people, especially in Latin America, but also in parts of Eastern Europe and Asia, is to have access to knowledge. And I think that this is something that I would like to point out, is that one of the problems of the media and information industry, if you look at the dividing sessions, or let's say the theory of change, how can we get a better quality journalism sector? There are three parts to that. There's of course the professional part, and the professional part does include some of the things that Barbara was hinting at: innovation, mixed models, professionalism, trust, how to recreate trust. And that is the second part. Is of course you need an audience, and the audience need to trust you, and the audience needs to feel that you are their, let's say, their agent of change. But the most important thing that I would like to add to the discussion is that whether we like it or not, the current media and information organization in the world, the global economy for the information sector, simply does not work for quality media to survive. And I'm saying this without any kind of joy, because no matter how hard media rooms work on getting the trust of the audience, of getting income and revenue streams through innovation, in the end of the day, the political will and the organization of the media market organizes whether or not people have equal chances. So the problem of the global capitalist organization of the media and information economy doesn't bear good for quality news media. And at the moment you can see that with the outpour of advertisement revenue streams in a country which still has a pluriform media sector like the Netherlands, you see that 70% of the advertisement revenue has gone to the 4 big tech platforms. So there is no equal opportunity. And I think that this is one of the big problems that we are facing at the moment. In the Media Freedom Act and all the recommendable actions that the European Union, for example, is proposing in terms of making more funding available, setting up a Media Freedom Act, organize legal provisions for pluriformity, doesn't take away the fact that the economic organization of the information market is deeply rooted in inequality at the moment, because there's no fair and equal competition, basically because the tech platforms and the social media revenue streams have monopolized and capitalized on bad information, making revenue streams out of that. So the competition is unfair. And one of the things that we did a study with UNESCO into 10 countries and their media ecosystems. And actually one of the main important signs that all these countries bear in common is the lack of political will to organize the market. So we live in an era where everybody is addicted to deregulation, but we need regulation of the market. Otherwise, no matter how many efforts we put into new innovations, in the end of the day, people will be captured if they can't get a fair economic share of the revenue streams that belongs to them. And so this is a big political problem. Even in the discussions on the Media Freedom Act, people can touch pluriformity, they can provide legal provisions for access, equal access, access to information, regulations, and so on and so forth. But we need a different economic model to reorganize the economic system behind the globalized media economy. That is what I think is super relevant. Of course, there are many details, and we're not saying that innovation is not important and that building professional capacity and rebuilding trust, even on new platforms, is not relevant. We're putting a lot of energy in it. But what we see in the end of the day is that no matter how many efforts you put into this, when your neighbor, who's not bound by the same editorial rules and the trust system that we try to implement, then there's inequality and you're basically battling a losing game.
Yeah, very important point, thank you. and I hope we come back to that in the discussion. I would just use the opportunity and to quote one sentence from this study and bridge over to Tine. So we come back to the Europe for a while. And so your study says, across the board, media will be in need for grant funding as well as support for business model development. Providing core funding would allow media to continue their operations. So, Tine, we all know that Denmark has got a great support system for media, or from our perspective, we all would like to have such similar one, at least in the Central Eastern Europe. How is it from your perspective? Are you happy with that, or would you recommend us to copy it?
You described it as it's a perfect system. It's not. It's a work in progress. But still, I'm going to start on a local level as well, because I think Mark said something that was very interesting. Support is not only economically, it's also morally. During the pandemic, just after a few weeks in the pandemic, some of the local media in Denmark, they were in a bad economical crisis, as they were everywhere in Europe, because the ads disappeared overnight. And it was really tough times for the local papers, both print and digital papers. And some of them were even maybe closing, and it was hard times for local media. At that time, just a few weeks into the pandemic, 36 mayors from all over the country and from all different kind of political parties, they made a joint statement and a campaign saying, support those who hold us in line. And I really think it was a strong message from those in power saying, please subscribe to your local media so they can keep me accountable. And it kind of captured what this is about. To support media is to support democracy. And media support is a way to keep democracy sane and healthy. So I think it was a very strong message from all these different mayors from all over the country. Yes, it's true, we have to some extent, a great media support system in Denmark. There's money spent on both public service and private media, also on media innovation, supporting those who are trying to get into the media landscape, those trying new ways, new technologies, and so on. But it's important to focus on the key principles for media support. No strings attached. The politicians, they can decide the objective criteria for distributing media support, but they cannot interfere in the distribution. So there needs to be an independent body to distribute after the objective criteria. That's very important. You need to keep the arm's length, because this is a matter of trust as well. So no political interference with the media at all. And I totally agree that we can spend as much money we want on media support, but we cannot solve the real issue before we have a model for regulating tech giants. We need to, on a European level, find a model for making them contribute into our ecosystem. Because what happened in Denmark and everywhere else is that they vacuumed the ad market and not paying back, so to speak. So we need to solve that before we can solve all the other things, I believe.
Yeah, this is of course going to be a fight because some of these platforms even claim that media should pay to him because they are helping them to spread their contents on. So it's an ongoing fight just right now, but obviously a problem everywhere, all over Europe, even in Denmark. So, but thank you for explaining us your system. Are there maybe any changes foreseen, or are you happy with that as it was set up years ago, or are you adjusting it to the current times?
Well, the current system was made in 10 years ago, and it needs adjustments because, yeah, this media landscape is of course developing the whole time. So, for example, there's one criteria today, one objective criteria saying you need to have 3 editorial employees in order to have media support. And it's actually, it's a criteria that the Danish Union of Journalists work for. It was Mogens 10 years ago that succeed with this criteria, which was excellent, saying this is an objective way to say you need to be a professional media. You need to be run by editorial staff who make the content. But what happened in the last 10 years is that it's much easier to distribute journalism nowadays, and you don't even need to be 3 people. So we actually see some of the new media, new digital media, having some kind of success in making niche medias, not being omnibus media, but having a depth in one subject. And they succeed in having not subscribers, but communities that really support those media. So I think it's a good idea to look at what's happening in all the small and new digital media area. So in order to also support those who are trying to create new media, we need to change some of the criteria as well.
Very inspirative, thank you. Before I come to Leon, because actually he mentioned before already that in another work or research, they published practically a knowledge resource database. So I would like to come to this, but Mark, in your study, among conclusions, there is a checklist for journalists and media, but also for organizations. So let's take for a while at organizations. Could you mention a few? What can professional organizations, media or publishers do to help media to be viable, sustainable?
Yes, indeed, there were a couple of recommendations for associations and unions. Obviously, the status and the role of these different organizations are very different from a country to another. Also, the representativity sometimes is extremely different. In Denmark or the Nordic countries, more than 80% of the journalists belong to a single, sometimes, actually most of the time, a single organization, whereas if I look at the country I come from, in France, only 8% of the journalists belong to a union, and there are 5 different unions in this country. So, talking about representativity, even though the organizations have a big role to play in terms of developing the work of journalists and also the sustainability, of journalism. Well, first of all, the organizations have to adapt to the changes. Maybe 10, 20 years ago, the question was, should we represent freelance? Now, these days, the question is not even a question anymore. It's obvious. The other questions may be more linked to technology or the development of different business models. And I think journalist organizations have to focus on the role of the journalist and the actual work of their member. Are they doing journalism or are they not doing journalism, whatever the legal status or, let's say, the employment relationship of these people are. Secondly, the journalist organizations should be, that came out of the survey anyway, should be engaged and really should be militant. Instead of representing not only their members, they should also be the voice of the members in terms of, I know it's not always very well accepted, but a kind of lobbying organization, politically, but also regulatory. You talked about the tech giants. Well, how can you confront that at a national or European level if you're not actually doing a political lobbying work? That's what you have to do when you organize and when you represent journalists. And the last element I would mention is to collaborate or to also to have joint activities with other organizations such as civil society groups, NGOs, and so on, which often have the same scope and follow the same, at least the same objectives in terms of free speed, well, freedom of the media, freedom of expression, but also transparency, access to information, fight against corruption, fight against organized crime, or things which are not that obvious. For example, defense of the environment means also more investigative journalism on environmental issues, for example. So you can build bridges with civil society groups. That's not always the case.
Thank you. Yes, so I hope representatives of organizations are listening to this, also online, hopefully some of them. Leon, Free Press Unlimited published knowledge resource database, which you mentioned before. It's called What Can a Media Outlet Do to Boost Its Viability? I checked it and I must say it's really full of very useful links. So it's open source, available to everybody. But what I see from a perspective of journalists as a well, not a problem, but question. How do journalists or those who really this information are focused on reach this information? How is your experience? Do also professional organizations help in sharing this information among journalists or eventually translating? Because I know not all local journalists especially are fluent in English and can use such a resource database. What is your experience on this?
Well, basically, I mean, I think we have to understand that the media and information ecosystem is a language-based system. And we started 3-4 years ago with a project where we combine the problems and challenges that Eastern European newsrooms have with Central American newsrooms. And it was a hypothetical, it was a little bit ambitious because we weren't sure of what the outcome would be. But one of the outcomes is actually a dual language, bilingual Spanish and Russian database of learnings. And of course, it's very interesting because I am not a Russian speaker and my Spanish is really lousy. So it's a database that is useful for people in two very big language domains that are underserved in the international funded media development circles because it's so Anglophone oriented. So that is one thing. I think we have to really think about language as a commodity of knowledge and a source of inspiration. The second thing, what we were trying to investigate and experiment with is it possible to learn from each other outside the national context? Because in Europe, we have, for example, in the Netherlands, we don't really use lessons from let's say, Austria. You know, the media sectors are compartmentalized. But in these larger language domains, you see actually that an audio-based podcast initiative from El Salvador can learn a lot from a similar idea that people have in Moldova. They can learn from each other. So we believe in collaborative and cooperative knowledge sharing as a way to get over the competitive atmosphere of the national media ecosystem. And this is one of the findings also in the UNESCO study that I was talking about earlier, of course, we need, as the Danish example shows very well, and we think it's a very admirable start of a way of finding better local finding and funding better local journalism, and we should learn from the Danes to do more in similar countries around Europe. But I think we also have to acknowledge that in the media ecosystem in the Netherlands, there's a lot of competition. The publishers that are commercially based compete with the public funded media. And so that blocks internal learning on how to resource yourself. And this is actually one of the outcomes, is that in these language-based, in this 10-country study we did for UNESCO, is that people from different ecosystems learn faster from each other than if they are in the same country, because then there is a competition between the actors. So it is. I think we need a form of development, media development, that is focusing on global knowledge sharing. That is why we made our knowledge resource, let's say, open. It's an open database. Everyone can get it. Unfortunately, it is in English, and I would like to have the resources to make it in many languages, but we don't have it. And the second thing, coming back to the point that Mark made, I think it's very important that we understand the media ecosystem on a global scale, is that almost 70 to 80% of the journalists working in the world are freelancers. And you cannot build, I mean, this is a very old lesson, and at the risk of everybody, you know, in the room there calling me an old guy, we need syndication. We really need to organize and structure freelancers into associations, into cooperative models. In the Netherlands, there's a cooperative of 1,500 freelancers that managed to renegotiate their tariffs with the media publishers. So syndication works, union work, associations work. We need to build up collective power. These are old lessons, but we need to relearn them in the digital age.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for this reflection. Yeah, you mentioned this cross-border aspect, and I come in a second to Barbara, but just before that, before I forget, I wanted to ask Tina also what their organization, a strong organization, which could be a good example for most others, is doing on this. How can such organization really help media to be sustainable? And because we talk about sustainable or media, viable media, how do you cooperate with publishers' organization, or are you cooperating with them?
Oh, yes, indeed. And we have a great cooperation most of the time. When it comes to, of course, negotiating collective agreements on salaries, working conditions, every third year we counterparts. But the rest of the time, we actually go hand in hand. When it comes to framework for media, it comes to transparency in society, all these agendas that we work for. So I totally agree that strong organizations are very important here. But we talk about independent media, and therefore we also have to talk about independent media organizations. I think one of the key principles, again, in our way of organizing is that we have no political preferences, of course. We are independent from the political parties, for example. We work with whomever believe in the same agendas that we do. Transparency in society, strong and free, independent, critical media. All those who work for the same goals, we work with them. And that means sometimes we don't get it 100% as we would like to, but maybe just 90% as we would like to. But it's because we believe that it's better to work together to have more muscles together with other organizations than going alone and working for our single 100% goal. So it's I believe, a constructive way to have always eyes on the ball, focus on what is it that our members, we have 18,000 members in the Danish Union of Journalists, they joined the union, they elected a board and all that in order to work for better salary and work conditions, that's one part, and the other one, work for a transparent society and press freedom. And they don't want my opinion on anything else than that. So I think that's very important that we keep eyes on a very focused way of working and working together, for example, with the publishers in this direction.
Thank you. Another good example was to follow. It's not everywhere like this, according to my knowledge. Finally, we come to the cross-border cooperation of media or journalists, which IPI has got a big experience with this. What do you hear from your members, Barbara, or how does it work? Is cross-border journalism something what helps media to be sustainable, or is it something what media need?
I think it's something we all need. Yes, absolutely. So IPI runs various projects that are based on cross-border cooperation. Along the line of what Leon said, we also find that cross-border cooperation is much easier and much more fruitful as well in many cases than within national borders, although I share the need for also coming together within national borders to fight for certain for certain principles. Anyway, in terms of the cross-border, there are a couple of projects that are also funded by the European Commission. One is called Investigative Journalism for Europe. One is called New Spectrum, which focus on minority media. And then we have others which are funded by other donors. Even those I mentioned are funded by the EU and other donors as well. So what has been successful in these models, first of all, is a funding model that, and we use the same funding models in all of them, is a way to channel public funds and foundations money, philanthropy money to independent media without any strings attached, without any editorial supervision, without editorial influence. So there is basically an independent jury that selects the projects, and then those that implemented, those who have applied, come to us for suggestion and for help in certain cases, and we have a number of tools that we can offer to them in terms of legal support, editorial support, and other types. What are the advantages of the? Obviously, not all journalism is cross-border. So there is, as I said, there is local journalism, there is hyper-local journalism, there is many other things. So, but there is also cross-border journalism. So these are, what I've just mentioned now, are efforts to support that type of journalism. Why is it relevant? First of all, we live in a world that is increasingly connected, so there are many transnational subjects. Corruption is transnational. So if you need to follow the money, you need to follow the money across the national borders, otherwise you don't come to the source of it. Secondly, it gives visibility. What we have seen a lot in the cross-border cooperations are very often cooperation between maybe smaller news organizations that operate in certain countries and need to highlight certain, as I said, certain issues which are relevant to the countries. Very often is investigative journalism, so is corruption, is environmental corruption, all of that. But they partner with large organizations that give them visibility and also helps them in the moment they operate under pressure. So if something has been published by I don't know, Le Monde, The Guardian, or something like that, it's easier to then republish it in a country where the media are more under pressure, in Hungary, in Romania, and so on. Also because of the visibility that achieves. But also very important is it allows teams to, it allows groups of journalists to team up on the basis of the skills that they have and the skills that they lack. So very often we have seen cooperation between journalists who are specialized on data with others that have other types of expertise. And this is very, very relevant, especially for the numerous grassroots or small outlets that we see emerging, which are so important in promoting independent journalism in repressive environment where most of the big media would be captured. Those small initiatives are there. And then they need to come together in order to share, to pool their expertise. And that's where cross-border has become relevant. One last thing, what we have seen also, like the evaluation we run at the end of the projects has highlighted that the type of projects that, the type of journalistic projects that were produced through these type of cross-border cooperations were also very relevant in restoring trust in journalism in general, especially in countries where there is a perception that much of journalism, much of what is produced by journalism is to support somebody's interests. These are not. These are projects that support the public interest. So that gives back to, gives trust, gives back to the people the fact, the idea that journalism is something that is there to support the public interest.
Thank you for stressing this. I think it's something that media themselves have to adapt on new times and accept more this way of thinking. My last question would be for Leon before we give some floor, at least for a few minutes, to our listeners here in the room. Free Press Unlimited is working now in these times also to help exiled journalists and media. How can you actually help them? Can exiled media be sustainable too, or how is this possible? It's a sad reality, but...
It is a big question, and it has been a big question. I mean, we have to acknowledge that this is not a new problem. It is a recurring problem. We've seen democratic transition in Myanmar, and now hundreds of journalists being pushed out again. And so there are new hubs around Myanmar. The same has happened in Nicaragua. The same has happened in Burundi. The same has happened in Somalia. The same is happening in Russia. The same has happened in Belarus. The same is going to happen in Ukraine. And I think that one of the problems with these very deeply rooted repressive environments where journalism is seen really as a target, and by the way, please allow me to say one sentence here. I know that you had other sessions, but you know, in the spirit of Cato Major, Keterum Kenzo, Kataganam Dalendam Ase. By the way, I think Carthago should be destroyed. I think, by the way, I think all European governments should give more emergency visa for Russian and Belarusian journalists and journalists that are currently in danger and are not admitted to the European, within the European borders. I think it is true to say two things. First, when a war happens and a lot of people decide to leave the country, or a repression takes such a big step that people are forced out, like the example of Russia, you know, that is happening today with the new laws making it impossible to operate freely and independently. New initiatives will spring up, and there will be some level of fragmentation. And one of the things that I would encourage all of us as the international community, unions, media developers, editors, private individuals, try to get some sort of coordination so we don't end up with 300 initiatives, because then most of them will fail. This is a learning from the Syria experience. It is maybe going to happen in the Afghanistan experience at the moment. So we need some kind of consolidation of a number of initiatives, not 1,000 initiatives. So coordination and working together is extremely important. It's very difficult, but this is something that we need. And the second is what we're seeing at the moment in Russia is the advent of a totally totalitarian, separated internet emerging out of, similar to the Chinese firewall. And we need to keep on talking to the populations of all the Eastern Europeans. And we need to get the dialogue started and getting the information channels between citizens, news media, East and West, are going to be crucial in order to prevent more war and destruction coming to us. I'm not sure if that is what you want me to say, but it is a bit beyond business models. I think we need to get our act together and really work together in a concentrated manner, because war is a situation where also a lot of good initiatives are going to run the risk of being fragmented. And I hope we can, the Ukrainian media sphere was progressing, and we should acknowledge that. There's not a lack of good journalists in Ukraine or in Moldova or in Belarus, but they are not allowed to work in Ukraine because of the war, in Russia because of the repression, in parts of Moldova because of lack of resources. And we need to put our heads together to solve these issues. We are certainly ready to engage with everybody in that effort.
Yeah, it's not easy, of course, but thank you for sharing your views and also for all your work. But if you and also other organizations do at the moment, also EFJ, we know they also do a lot, and everybody else. And please, if there are questions in the audience, we just have a few minutes left, I think. Really few minutes. There's someone, should I bring? Thank you.
Thanks to all panelists. It's been very interesting, especially about the role of journalists. Before, I have very small 3 related questions to all of you. So I know we're not out of time. But before that, I want to say about your last question. I'm from Turkey, where we have a lot of journalists. And so when an FPU has been really, really extremely supportive. So when when we're dealing with people, accommodation, visas, whatever, you're also supporting the journalists on the ground that are in Turkey, or people helping them. So it really makes a difference, and the incoming journalists now have a brighter look. Everybody's thinking of these initiatives and plans. So it makes a huge difference, I think, in making sustainable also for the local communities of wherever these journalists go to. So thanks to FPU and everyone who's been so supportive. So about the role of these technological platforms, you guys all mentioned that the unions should be making more effort on governments to maybe push these platforms to, push new legislation on these. My question is that, well, thank you, all of you, for that comment, because I think we're not hearing that enough. Maybe I'm wrong. My question is that do you think that our unions and professional journalism organizations as aware as you guys are of this threat? Secondly, do you think that journalists are as aware of you guys are of what the platforms are making, or in Leon's words, the lack of the market in a place where these tech platforms have monopolized the system, where actually low quality news is favored, and so, which is what you said earlier, trust. We need engagement for trust, but the engagement is what the other guys are getting. Are we aware of these as professionals and as professional unions, as should we? What do you think?
We're getting there, no?
Would like to start.
If I can make a comment from the Dutch side, and I'm sorry for not being there, and I'm also sorry for having to leave soon. In the Dutch side, 5 years ago, there would be still a lot of people in the audience who would think that news is for free is okay. That has disappeared. People are aware, and there is a reinvigoration of people that are willing to pay for quality news. So it is not all negative, and I hope that you don't see my words as being overly negative. We just need to be more. We need to build on our power in order to make real drastic changes that are needed. But I think the awareness is growing, and there is investments in local media. There are at least 4 commissioners in the European Union who believe that journalism is a pillar of democracy. That wasn't 5 years ago. So there is progress, but we need to do more.
Thank you, Leon.
Yep.
For the
I
contribution.
agree that there's much more attention now to what kind of deal we are making here with the tech giants, for example, how our data is used and all that. So there's, the discussion is already there, and I just believe that we need to go to a European level to solve this in the last end. But if I should say something positive that the tech giants did for the Danish media is that they made public service media and private media work together, because they suddenly realized that the threat was coming from outside. Earlier, they used a lot of energy battling each other and kind of struggling over support, public support and all that. But now everybody realized that the threat is coming from outside. Everybody suffered from vacuum cleaning of the ad market and all that. So finally, they agree on something.
Thanks, Barbara. Would you like to react?
Yeah, no, I just want to say, I think that there was agreement very early on the fact that the tech platforms take over the advertising market, and I think that there is increasing agreement today, not only that has happened, but also that these are platforms that these are systems that feed on disinformation. So I think there is more awareness about that as well. I think that what we don't know, and we all don't know yet, is which type of regulation we need. So that's one thing that we need to agree on. I think that there is an increasing, even in, the one system that was based on liberalism is the United States, and even in the United States there are calls for greater regulation of the tech platforms. But we don't know yet what. So that's, for me, the problem. I mean, I hope we're getting there, because a lot of intelligent people in this room and in this world, but I really don't know that. And but this what has happened with Sputnik and RT is a turning point. And we spoke with Vera Jourova at the beginning of the day today. So I think that maybe something is changing there. Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I can just add briefly that I agree with what Leon and Barbara said, is that everybody, I mean, most of the public know that information for free is so to say, is a problem. Because most of the people now know that if something is for free on the internet, it means you are the product. They got it now. On the other hand, maybe you should also fix, I mean, people also understood that there are many problems with the tech giant, not just advertisement. Propaganda, data privacy, and a lot of problems. But just on a daily basis, the problem is what can we do against that? Because talk about the work of journalists. Tell me one journalist who is not using Twitter and Facebook every single day of his life. So yes, we have to regulate. We have to do a lot of things, but how and what? I'm sorry, but most of the journalists are actually asked and required to be on Facebook just to interact with the public. So what are we doing with that? We have to put that in a bigger frame, I think.
Yeah, that's true. We made ourselves dependent on the social platforms, and now it's really hard to rewind that.
Would be a very interesting debate for another hour, but thank you very much, Leon, for joining us, at least online. Thanks a lot to all our speakers. And the conclusion was actually not that pessimistic. So things are changing. We have plenty of ongoing questions, but many people are working on this. And please, everybody, pay for media. Don't require it for free. Thank you, and have a nice evening. Thanks a lot.
And thanks to the moderator, Lucy. Now we cannot be here without talking about Poland. Through the last years, there have been a lot of discussion about how is it with media in Poland. And being here now in Gdansk, we need to address this. And I'm happy that we have now our moderator, Regulators from Poland. Hello. So please take the floor and introduce our panel.
Yes. Let me just introduce our panelists. Chris Babinski. Chris, could you please applaud Chris and all the other Society of Journalists in Poland? Over there, if I may ask. Bogusław Hrabota, Editor-in-Chief Rzeczpospolita. Is Bogusław here? Not yet. You might not know, but there's been a hacking attack on Polish railways, so quite a few people have been late because basically trains stop to go on time, or if to go at all. Wacław Stecka, Loughborough University. Wacław? Hello, nice to see you. Hi. For the first time, speaking on the messenger most of the time, yeah? Krzysztof Skowroński, Polish Journalists Association, SDP. No. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. And Joanna Szymańska, Article 19, Senior Program Officer for Europe and Central Asia. Hello, Joanna. So we were supposed to be 5, we were 3, fair enough. This is the only panel with a question in title, Poland, who controls the media? It seems to be a straightforward question. Just takes a few moments to check the owners and you've got the answer. But of course, an interesting story lies behind that answer, and we'll try to dig into it. Well, over the last few years, Polish media have been, they have worsened. The government attack on the media has been increasingly more and more aggressive. And just to illustrate it, Poland has fallen to position 64 in the world press freedom. 10 years ago, we were number 12, so it's 18. So 18 to 64 recently. So I think we are in a sort of critical moment at the crossroads. We still don't know which way we'll take in a moment, and we'll probably just about the decision moment. All right, so let's start just with a short opening statement. Perhaps we have a little bit more time for each of us because we are fewer. So 2, 3, 4 minutes just to start with an opening sentence. How would you answer the question? And what part of that question do you think are most important to have a good debate and discussion? Chris.
Look, you said 2 minutes, so...
yeah, go on.
I'll do my best. I won't tell you who controls the media in Poland because it would take too long and I would have to describe all the newspapers and I'd say who owns this and who owns that, and then you'd get lost, and anyway it's late. So what I will tell you is that I can tell you who would like to control the media in Poland, and that is our Law and Justice government, who actually dreams about controlling the media in Poland, all the media, and they have sleepless nights because they don't control all the media. And they failed recently to take the TVN, in the major independent television station, off the air, which is owned by Discovery, the American
broadcaster.
The American broadcaster, which they choose at exactly the right moment because they wanted to do something that would have made the Americans very unhappy before the crisis in Ukraine. They have managed recently to take over a great chunk of the regional media, and they will use this regional media in the next local government elections in 2023 to try and get voters to vote for them. And So that's what they really would like to do, and they're not managing because there is a large chunk of the media which isn't controlled by the government and is controlled by private owners or from abroad or domestic owners. But having said that, I'd like to talk about my private obsession, which is the public service media in Poland, which is a very important thing, something that we should remember is happening. This is destroying the public debate in Poland. It's undermining the consensus that you have to have if you want to have a grown-up conversation about political issues, social issues, economic issues. It's the fact that they have this public media, and the way they use it for propaganda is that they're also polarizing the media and polarizing journalists. And as you can see, my colleague from the Society of Polish Journalists, Krzysztof Skowroński, isn't here because there's not that much that we have to say to each other at the moment. And also the problem is that the government control of the public service media in Poland is corrupting young journalists because they are being taught and they are learning that if they lie, they will earn a very good living from lying. And that is a message which comes across to other journalists, and also this is a corrupting influence on the democratic process. And the problem is that if you destroy the public service media in a country, and this is happening in 12 out of 27 EU member states, then you are not respecting the intelligence of your citizens. They are not able to make reasoned decisions at elections, and you end up with the situation that the Russian media is in, where it has trained its population. And we've all seen the tweets where people who are being bombed in Ukraine say, we are being bombed in Ukraine, and their parents or their uncles in Russia say, no, you can't be being bombed in Ukraine because I'm watching it on television and no one is bombing civilian houses in Ukraine. So the problem of control of the public service media, not only in Poland, but also in other countries like Hungary, the Czech Republic was moving in that direction, but the government was changed. This is one of the most crucial issues for democracy in the European Union at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Of course, this is supposed to be a case about Poland in this discussion, but in fact, I think it illustrates quite well the processes that are taking place in other countries. You probably recognize some of, at least parts of the processes in your countries, and perhaps that perspective we'll get from our next guest, Václav.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be back in Gdańsk and back in this beautiful, inspiring venue. I was here last time in April 2016, when the world looked very different from now.
Very different.
But obviously the problems of media freedom and independence, which we talked about back then, have become only more relevant since then. So the first thing I need to say is that I cannot claim to be as intimately familiar with the problems of Polish media as my colleagues on this panel, and I'm really humbled to be here with them, to have the opportunity to contribute to the debate. I have been studying the trends in Polish media always as part of some comparative research projects, especially the one that I'm leading right now. It's called The Illiberal Turn, and therefore I will aim to provide a comparative perspective, Central European perspective on the issues of media freedom in Poland. And I will try to also bring in some data from recent surveys that shed light on the relationship between media freedom and public trust in media, and also public on public attitudes to media freedom.
Premiering here because it's the because
Yeah,
you haven't it hasn't
indeed.
been published yet. Has
It hasn't been published yet.
Yeah.
They are waiting to be officially unveiled, but I will give some hints.
All right, okay.
And actually, I will argue, based on this data, that even though the situation is clearly very troubling, there are some signs of hope too.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And one such sign, if I may just a minute, can be found in the results from this particular survey that has been commissioned by the Committee for Independent for Editorial Independence of the Czech media house Ekonomia, which I'm a member of. And according to this survey, which covered the Visegrad 4 countries, the Polish people are by far the most concerned about the current state of media freedom in their country. 63% of the respondents said that they were concerned about media freedom. In all the other countries, it's below 50%. So there's a significant difference. And also when we asked people how they see the change of media freedom over the last 5 years, we got very similar numbers. 62% of Poles believe that the situation has worsened. And in Czech Republic or Hungary, that was the case only for 50% of people.
50%?
50%, yeah. So even though these numbers are, of course, affected by political partisanship, by the way, when we asked just the voters of PiS, we got very divided numbers. About 35% of PiS voters believe that media freedom has actually improved, and 32%, so less than that, believe that it has worsened. But even with that caveat, I think that there's this rather decisive majority of people in Poland who clearly know what's at stake. And they also agree that something should be done about it. And again, this is supported by the numbers from the poll, where Poland was the country with the highest share of agreement that the state should somehow intervene and safeguard media freedom, both by legislative and economic means.
Any data that brings some hope is welcome here at this conference. Okay, Adriana.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad that I can speak here today in my hometown. It's actually a pity that Mr. Skowroński is not here, because I was hoping for discussion outside our own bubble, let's say, because the problem with the media in Poland is that they are so polarized that both sides, yes, they don't talk to each other anymore, or at least in a very limited way. The question that we are trying to respond to today, I will follow what Chris said, that talking about all this variety of who controls the media in Poland, we don't have enough time for that. But obviously Poland is a big country, and there is I think big variety of different media from left to right, obviously. But unfortunately, the current ruling party has been making a number of attempts since they came to power in 2015 to try to control as much of this landscape as possible. I'm actually, yes, it's very optimistic what the numbers you've just shared, that over 60% of Poles are concerned with the state of media freedom. That's, I think, actually, yeah, it's good, because perhaps also that's one of the reasons why the ruling party hasn't yet succeeded in taking over more of the media in Poland. The last attempt of what already was mentioned of the so-called Lex TVN, the attempt to to force the American company to sell the majority of shares of the biggest
economy
private
played
channel.
a part here. Yeah.
Yes, that was vetoed surprisingly by the president. But the previous attempt was successful, and that was already mentioned, that the regional media, the regional daily
newspapers,
newspapers,
the print media.
they are in hands of a state-controlled oil company, Orlen, that both the previously German-owned company. And as far as I remember, the readers of these regional dailies, as well as other websites that was a part of this transaction.
Just to complete your that bit, it's 120 weekly newspapers all across the country, and 500 internet websites, and 20 dailies.
Yes, and that's
quite a lot all around the country.
It amounts up to 17 million of readers that previously were loyal to these magazines or newspapers or websites, internet portals, etc. So this is a huge. This is a huge amount of people. It's basically half of the Polish population.
So let's start a discussion. Where are we at this point? When we were here 4 years ago, it's been quite a long time, we were actually trying to voice some alarming messages about what's happening in Poland, in the media environment in Poland. At that time, the Polish public television, the public service basically, that's television and radio, was completely dominated by government propaganda. Then the newspapers weren't taken over yet. So what changed over these 4 years? And in what kind of situation are we? I said at the beginning that perhaps we are at some kind of crossroads. Is this a decisive moment in a way that we are at this moment, Chris?
We are at a decisive moment because we have elections coming up in next year and the year after that. Yeah. And certainly the leader of our ruling party, the Law and Justice, Jarosław Kaczyński, is convinced that unless he gains control of some of the still independent media, like TVN, he is very likely to lose that election. So his struggle to gain control of more media in Poland is probably, he sees as a life and death.
But he failed recently with TVN because of the American involvement.
He failed. And this is good news for your study, too. It's another piece of good news.
But do you think he will try again?
You said, what has changed since 2016? Yeah. Nothing much has changed from 2016.
He took the newspapers.
Well, actually, not really. It's the same. It's trench warfare we have in Poland. We have, on this side, we have the public media. We have a few magazines, a couple of newspapers, and on the other side we have the television owned by local owners and foreign owners. And really not much has changed. The front line is still, it's like 1914 to 1918. Sometimes people make a few steps forward and they grab some prisoners and then they take them back, etc. Yeah. But the drive for TVN would have been a major step and a major strengthening for the ruling party. They failed, and what happens next I don't know, but they will keep trying, because they know they have to keep
They don't have much time.
And they
the elections next year.
And now we have this war, and that actually changes quite a lot.
Well, I remember the chief of the Polish regulator said, oh yes, the Polish public service is in fact pro-government, but that's good because it brings some balance, because the other part is strong as well, so that's fine.
Well, I have some bad news for the government in this respect, because again, according to this survey I already quoted, majority of polls believe that the government should not interfere in the editorial independence and in the content of public service media. So again, obviously this is driven by their own voters who believe otherwise, but on the whole, and this is yet again complementing those findings I presented, the Polish citizens and audiences are by far the most well, not by far, but on the par with Czechs. Yeah. They are very much pro-independence oriented. They are aware of the need for editorial independence of both private media and public service media.
Jana, do you think this data might impress the politicians? Because at the end of the day, it's the politicians that are taking decisions. And okay, 60, did you say 68% of the polls?
Yes, 67% believe that states should not mingle into the content of...
Do you think that might be a factor of change or not at all?
No, I don't think so. They don't really care about such numbers because there's still this, the percentage of their voters who are always on their side. The problem with the public television in Poland is that it's never been as it should be, as independent as it should be, but since this government, this ruling party is in power, what happened to the public media is just, it's unbelievable, and many of my colleagues from Western Europe, they are asking me like how, with what I could compare this, and I used to look into a lot in the past into Kremlin propaganda, and this is my personal view that the level of lies of propaganda and also the level of the language used on public media, attacks on people, fake news used without any, like, really, no one really even cares there, I think, that other people who don't believe in their narrative, that they see that these are lies, that this is, I would compare it to Kremlin propaganda.
To Russia today?
Level. Yes, that's the Polish
What kind of damage
TV.
do you think does it bring to the society? Because even if things change, I mean, there's some hope for a change, you mentioning that, but what kind of damage does it bring to the society as a whole? I believe it's going to last far more than just a few years after the situation changes, if it does change.
Well, if I may, and again, responding more from a comparative perspective and looking particularly at the situation in Czech Republic, where we are fortunate enough to still have an independent public service television, and not just an independent one, but also one that is very much influential, that has a high audience reach, and it is also very much trusted by the public. It's one of the most trusted news channels in the country. Yeah. So that's a very rare combination, not just within the Central Europe, but within Europe as a whole, to have high audience reach, trust, and independence. So we see that how important it is to have such a news media brand, such a reputable legacy news media brand, which is anchored right in the center of the media system. And I mean it literally, because what we're talking about here, and the word has been already used, it's the process of polarization of the not just political but also media system, and that is something, again, what we observe in other countries in Eastern Europe, but beyond that as well. And what we see from our data is that it is often related to the absence of a strong independent public service broadcaster. Yeah. Let's look also at Great Britain, for example, where BBC still, despite all its flaws and troubles that it's facing, and accusations of bias from both left and right, it is still playing this central role, anchoring the whole media system.
It's like a benchmark for
indeed.
For the rest.
Indeed. On the other hand, looking at the situation in the US, there is no such media brand that would play this role, and we see a very strong polarization, ideological
It's funny because the BBC is also controlled by politicians on the face of it.
Yes,
but of course it's a
nominally.
completely different political and media culture, and it makes, makes a difference.
Yes, I mean, the problem is that the opportunities that we are missing because we have the situation. It's not just that we complain about the way they're treating public service media. What we're missing is that the public service media, and I'm probably going to sound very idealistic here, well, first of all, it's publicly funded, right? So everyone has a right to get a good service from the public service media. And this business they're talking about how, oh, it's all fair because if they want to watch the government, if people want to watch government stuff, they watch the public media.
Exactly.
And if they want to watch opposition stuff, they watch
whatever they want.
The commercial media. Well, actually, the difference is that the commercial media is, as we all know, is funded by advertising, etc., and the public service media is funded by everyone. And the opportunity that we're missing is that the public service media, if it were good public service media, fair public service media, informative public service media, sensible public service media, would be set standards for the rest of the broadcasting, the media community.
It's completely the opposite.
And it's actually completely the opposite what they're doing in the public service media. And I don't think many of you have the opportunity to watch Poland's public service media, but it really is tragic. It reaches North Korean levels at some point. It's dragging down society intellectually, actually. And this is the biggest problem. The solution, of course, is to change the government. And your question about whether these figures that Waldorf is talking about will produce a change in government, no, because I don't think that 60% or whatever will translate into votes. But maybe other features.
All right, so are we talking about the funeral of the Polish free media?
No.
No. I just wanted to tell you that if you want to take part in this discussion, just raise your hand. We still have just about half an hour before we finish. So any input from your side would be more than valuable. Just shout out or let me know.
Andrzej, you could say something about your... because Andrzej Krajewski here is actually watching the public service media, and you can see signs of fatigue and strain because every night he watches it.
All right, okay. So anytime you want to ask a question, Andrzej, just shout out. Okay, Chris, you said if we want to change the way the media operate in Poland, especially the public service, we need to change the government. What if we don't change the government for so many? It's a complex thing to change the government. The political scene is getting really complicated with the war and everything. And that was my hint about the funeral. If we don't change the government, is there anything we can do about it? We journalists, we organizations, civil society?
Well, the public radio is actually going down the drain as we speak. There were manipulations around the third program of public radio. A lot of people resigned because they couldn't take what was happening. It was the authorities were tinkering with it, and it has lost 1.5 million listeners over the past year, and it's actually disappearing. I mean, you know, like water in a drain. The flagship program of public radio is watched by about 5% now. At the moment, it's never been so low. Television is held up by sport, by light entertainment. And there's something else they do that people watch, but I can't remember the third thing.
Probably
what
talent
they do
shows
is they have an enormous grant. When we speak about public service media, we say that it should be independent, the politicians should give it enough money to perform properly, and then they should stay clear of it. Well, in Poland, we don't have an independent public service media. The politicians are interfering all the time, but it does get lots of money, and they're building their audience on that money. So we will have a kind of circuses.
We know that, but we know the diagnosis. What can we do about it today?
I think I've said, you know, we have to vote for someone else.
Other than that, Chris, other than that.
There's nothing we can do. We can switch off. I mean, You know, I mention Andrzej because he's a hero because he's watching it, but this is unwatchable stuff, actually.
Oh, yeah, with a question or a comment. Can we ask a microphone to that gentleman in the second row? Well, it didn't sound good. We can't do anything about it, other than just change the government.
Yes, that is a dire assessment indeed. And I was wondering whether you have any hope whether the European Free Media Act can do anything or will bring any improvement of the situation.
All right, thank you. That's an interesting question. If we were talking about the rule of law, if you follow that, that line of thinking, they don't give a damn about it, basically. It's been a few years, but yeah, okay.
Well, so I will, I guess, sound very pessimistic now,
Yeah.
but I don't have any big hopes with any such initiatives at the EU level, because this government is a master of ignoring to implement what they don't like. The same with the widely discussed anti-SLAPP directive that is supposed to be adopted in order to save journalists from these costly lawsuits. It would be simply not implemented in here as long as this government is in power. So it doesn't sound like a solution for me. You said about changing the government. This is one thing. There is one more issue that I wanted to flag, that how the government is going after this independent media, those that they cannot otherwise take over, buy, or I don't know, close down. There is a huge number of lawsuits that these independent media journalists are facing. This is hundreds of cases, and the number is growing each year. That these are such costs that even for huge media houses, the problem, the financial cost is becoming too big, and as a result, obviously, the ruling party is, I guess, hoping that this will force journalists into self-censorship, because there are certain issues that if you write about them, then you will have a lawsuit.
Would that, in your opinion, apply to local media in particular, or also the national media like TVN or Gazeta Wyborcza, those big weeklies or dailies that are out there on the market?
Did you ask, are they also affected?
Yeah.
I didn't hear the...
Would that affect, that fear of being sued, would that affect mainly local journalists?
No, it affects everyone, because even these big national newspapers, weeklies or dailies, they have so many lawsuits against them, against their journalists or their editors-in-chief, that if it's hundreds of cases at once, these are huge financial costs. So this is a threat also for big media houses, not just for regional ones.
Is there... Yeah, of course, Chris, yeah.
Thank you for asking about the Media Freedom Act, because actually I'm not sure that I quite agree with you. That the Media Freedom Act, we were talking about this on the way here, is actually quite clever in the approach that the Commission seems to be taking. And Vera, I'm a great fan of Vera Jourova, because she really believes in what she's doing. And the approach seems to have been, that's being taken, is that they're not going for a head-to-head clash with governments in the European Union. They're not saying to them, you must have free media, and then if there aren't free media, then they get into a confrontation, go through the European courts, and then it's a standoff like Poland and Hungary over the rule of law. What they're doing is they're trying to build activities by various organizations, both in the country and outside the country, which should move our media to a situation where it becomes the kind of thing that we'd like to see. So they're looking to ERGA, which is this organization of regulators, and the regulators should be working together and exerting peer pressure on each other. We have regulators in Europe who are very good and very sensible, probably Sweden and Belgium and Holland, etc. And so they're looking to ERGA and saying, look, ERGA, do something. Don't just sit there and tolerate the fact that you have terrible people coming from other countries, regulators who aren't independent, but try and force them. Then they're talking about press councils. They're saying, organize press councils, get them working, putting pressure on things. They're using the audiovisual directive, where there are things that have to happen, like the question of the independence of the regulators. Our regulator is not very independent, but we can't prove that he's not independent because everything is done on winks and nods. There's nothing written down on paper telling them, the government telling them what to do. So they're talking about media literacy, so that we not force, but encourage schools to teach kids how to read newspapers, which may be a problem because in a few years' time there won't be any newspapers. But anyway, so the media freedom process, as the Commission sees it, is sort of activating various activities in our society.
So you see potential in this project.
But just let me finish. Yeah. And this comes back to the question of what can we do? Yeah. Actually, I said, change the government. Well, we should change the government for other reasons as well. But the thing is that we should be working harder, and we're not really doing it enough, to go to school authorities, etc., and ask them to do media literacy. We're not putting enough pressure on our media regulators.
You mean Europe-wise or in Poland?
Us in Poland, organizations in Poland, journalists in Poland, because there is a certain amount of saying, oh God, nothing will ever change because they won't take us seriously. But here the Commission is actually doing something quite interesting if you look at it. And hopefully it will work.
If I just may, a quick comment on the argument advanced by Christoph that if you ever want to change anything in terms of media freedom, you need to change the government. Well, first of all, another good news from Czech Republic, it is possible to change the government. We've tried it successfully, much to the surprise of everyone involved, but it happened.
That's true.
And we have a new government, a non-populist government, and so far it seems to be doing all right. We'll see what happens. But I wanted to make another point, and namely that it is not always necessary. Sometimes it's not possible, but sometimes it's not even necessary to just focus on the change of the government in order to improve the situation of media freedom and independence, because there are other means, other ways, and one of them, I think it has been highlighted in the previous panel, which talked about media viability. So the key thing is obviously the key condition for political independence is economic independence. When media are financially viable, strong enough, secure enough, they stand greater chance against the political pressures. They don't always succeed, of course, but what I'm saying is they have a better chance to survive as independent media than if the economic conditions are bad and they cannot sustain themselves economically. And here comes the need, and I would actually relate it also with the point that was just made by about the need for increasing media literacy, because I perceive media literacy in broader terms and attached to the broader goal of increasing awareness about the importance of media freedom and independence. And that's something that not just children, not just students, but all people and citizens should be taught actively, and they should learn that this is one of the core values of democracy, and if they want to live in democracy, they need to do something for the media themselves. And the easiest thing to do is obviously to start subscribing to media, to start paying for news.
Question.
Okay. So you said you asked the question what may happen before elections, what other fields can the government try to get in media in order to win elections, because as Krzysztof said, if they don't have more media, they may not win elections. Let me point out to some of the options. First option, Orlen Press. There's 20 regional papers which were bought by Orlen. We were watching one of them.
Just to explain, Orlen is a state-owned company producing oil, basically, and they bought newspapers and other media, local media. Okay.
Oil company, yes, important now. Last year, there were elections in the city of Rzeszów, mayor elections earlier, and we as Society of Journalists, we were watching the local press coverage. And it was obvious the local press, Orlen Press title,
of course,
it was very strong for the government candidate. Fortunately, the candidate lost. Another possibility, we have private TV, Polsat, strong, one of three public, TVN and Polsat. And if you watch Polsat, they are trying to be middle of the way. They are trying not to get too much political coverage. And when they do, they are a little bit
leaning towards the government, but not too much.
Not quite. I'm quite sure that before elections, they will go for more coverage, more propaganda. That's obvious. There is another source, self-government press. We have a sort of phenomenon. It is allowed by law in Poland for the self-government, local self-government, to have their own papers. They will be using these papers because we will have the conjunction probably next year of the local elections and parliamentary elections. In both cases, this will be useful. However, now the opposite side. I know that in Łódź, they established, in the city of Łódź, in Poland, they established quite good local government TV station. It shows the opportunity because in major towns, the self-government is from the opposition side.
Okay.
So it is an opportunity, and people are interested in local news as a rule, of course. So it may be an alternative source of news.
So you believe there might be that might be a realistic opportunity for the local governments to come up with their own media?
Exactly. Okay. It is opportunity, and let me point out, Krzysztof was saying what happened to program trzeci, the third program of Polish radio, completely dissolved in practice. But remember that there are two internet radio stations which started from the ashes of this program, and they are good, they are independent, they are reliable. So it also may happen that the media, internet media, will play more important role balancing the propaganda of the public media. And some of them have a quite good following. We have Obywatelska TV, we have Lotna Brygada Opozycji, and they are being followed on internet. So the situation is good, but not hopeless, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anybody like to comment on that?
I'd like to just say one thing, which is, again, a small obsession of mine, which has come about because of this business with Orlen taking over Polska Press and taking over the regional media. When I saw the regional media, before it was taken over, it wasn't very exciting, actually, not very good. And I spoke to a friend from Hungary, and he said that his regional media isn't very good either. The people, the poorer people, the older people, the people living in the rural areas and the smaller towns are not getting as good a media as they should be getting. And one of the problems is that this media is starved of money and is losing money at the moment. And everyone here is too young to remember the beginnings of the European Union. But when the European Union was set up, they set up something called the Common Agricultural Policy. And one of the reasons for setting up the Common Agricultural Policy was to to give farmers in the European Union countries a good living, because they noticed that before the war, the rural areas were a hotbed of fascism, etc. So they thought if we give them subsidies, they will be happier and they won't vote for fascist leaders. And it worked more or less. Seems to me what we need in the European Union, and this wouldn't be very expensive, is a local media common policy, which would simply pump not much money, but a little bit of money into the local newspapers, into the newspapers which operate in towns which have 10,000 inhabitants, etc., and to build local media which would be on the level that local people deserve, and not the not very exciting media that they get at the moment, and therefore build the democratic society that way. But it needs money, of course, and governments won't give, national governments won't give money.
Local governments.
Or local governments, they don't. So remember this, you heard it here first, European Union regional media policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just before we go, I've seen Patrick, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, if I may.
Yeah.
And thank you for these last proposals, Chris. I think that's quite interesting. I'm a bit surprised. Of course, you were expecting a controversial debate. Your counterparts are
we
not
don't
really
have the
there.
other side.
I'm a bit surprised in the city of Gdansk and in the country that 40 years ago was fighting for freedom, that you're expecting everything from a change of government. I thought this shipyard on which we are was actually representing a people's movement, a trade union movement, for which, as a young student, I was basically also sponsoring at the time, 42 years ago. I think there must be other means to ensure that in Polish society, a vibrant Polish society, we can find other ways than hoping for a change of government. Whether that will occur or not, that is really, well, it depends on the people, obviously, but it will also depend on what initiatives, associations, journalists themselves will be able to do in order to transform that, that phenomenon. And it can be, of course, depending on governmental change or depending on changes in European legislation or the Media Act. But I think it's important to really look at, and that's why the example that Chris gave of what is possible at local level, to also look at those possibilities that and explore those possibilities before expecting a deus ex machina that is going to solve the issues. Thank you. Some remark.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Václav, did you?
I just wanted to very quickly but strongly second the proposition by Christoph that there should be indeed some explicit financial support mechanism devoted to local media, regional local media. And if it cannot be guaranteed on the state level, then the EU should definitely step in and play its part. It's, by the way, that's exactly one of the propositions or proposals, recommendations coming from our project, which I cannot resist but promoting here. We published a report on how to best to rebuild trust and counter polarization in the media. And this is on one of the top spots, support and safeguard the future of local media. We know that in our countries, Central European countries in particular, but even beyond, that's usually the base of voters for populist parties. They come or stem from local regions. And so if I want to simplify things in a very brutal way, I would say that if we don't want to have populist governments, we need to invest in local and regional media.
That's one of the conclusions that we would like to go to the world. Anybody would like to contribute to this discussion or ask a question? Yes, please. Can we transport the microphone and, yeah.
Ricardo is on his way.
Ricardo is on his way with a mic.
Thank you.
My name is Joanna Jabuha. I represent British Alumni Society, but I'm also an academic teacher. And I would like maybe not to ask a question, but express my support for what Chris Bobinski said about this idea of spreading education for young people about media literacy, because it seems to me that that's the future for our country, and if there is any possibility of kind of idea to go to schools, talk to young people, and help them in understanding what's happening in the media and how to recognize, how to distinguish fake news and false information from true information, that would be very helpful indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. And just referring to the title of this panel, they would be able to control the media by understanding them properly. Thanks very much.
Can I say something? The problem with education and media literacy at school is, I think, something that will be a growing problem, because it is more and more difficult for NGOs, activists, to access Polish schools with their educational programs. So this is obviously very important, and I totally back these ideas, but just the reality in Poland is as follows, that with time, as the ruling party is in power, there are more and more doors closed for even for this kind of these initiatives like educational programs at schools. The government is trying to limit this as much as possible. So what will future bring, we don't know at the moment. But again, I'm sorry, but I'm the pessimist in here, and I see some more problems involved in implementation of our important but perhaps a bit difficult ideas.
Sure. Patrick has rightfully noticed that we don't have sort of the other side to make a clash of opinions, so we're sort of talking about the people that we basically agree with each other. But you, at the beginning, you said you were saddened by the fact that Chris Skowroński wasn't here with us. The president of Journalist Society is sympathizing with the government. Well, if he was here, what would you tell him?
Well, I would be interested to hear his answers to your very good questions, and then we would see how other sides of the media landscape, how they see things. It's not that common anymore in Poland to have debates where different sides are present and talk to each other.
Yeah, very diplomatic answer. Very diplomatic answer. One more question.
John Frölich from the Nordic Journalist Center. I'm just curious, Gregors, you asked the question, what has happened the past 4 years in Poland. And what has happened is that there's been a lot of pressure from the European Union. Infringement cases, there's been the use of the Article 7 in the treaty. There's been holding back lots of finances, lots of funding. The last was the big package, the Corona Stability Fund was kept back from Poland. So hasn't this pressure had any kind of impact in Poland? This is also about media freedom.
On politicians, you mean?
On politicians, yes, because the lack of media freedom is part of all this pressure from the European Union.
Thank you. Would you like to take that? Because my answer would be very simple. But
what's your answer?
Well, they don't give a damn. No.
Well,
would you dwell on that, Chris?
I have a different answer. Of course, there's been a lot of pressure, and of course, they say they don't give a damn, which isn't true, actually. They do give a damn, because at the moment, the money that the Commission has is not paying them, they would come in very useful, especially with the onset of 1.5 million refugees. But the question that I would ask you is, what would our situation have been if there hadn't been all this pressure over the past 6 years from the European Commission and from the European Parliament? You know, I have this theory of the stone in the shoe. You know, if you have a stone in your shoe, you feel it all the time. It's very small and it doesn't do much damage, but you feel it all the time. And if the Commission and the Parliament were to stop doing what they do, then there would be this enormous sigh of relief in the Polish government. Oh, finally, we don't have this stone in the shoe. So you have to ask, what would be our situation if there hadn't been this constant pressure, which I'm very, very grateful for.
All right. I'm just looking at the clock. It's 6 o'clock. I think everybody deserves a coffee after a long day, so we won't be prolonging. Thank you very much for that. Chris Bobinski, Wacław Stetka, and Joanna Szymańska. Over for a coffee break, and then afterwards the Ukrainian session without streaming because of security reasons. So please join us here, and we won't be online. Thanks very much.